currently Chair Becker is going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Okay. All right, everybody. I now call to order the meeting for May 27th, 2020. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Commissioner Slame, can you read the statement of values, please?
Yes, please remain standing for the statement of values. As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slime. Elizabeth, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Kelly?
Here.
Commissioner Casey?
Here.
Commissioner Jane?
Here.
Commissioner Salame?
Here.
Chair Becker?
Here.
Commissioner Biagini? Commissioner Cherakuru?
Here.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. So Commissioner Ikezi will be joining us later in the meeting this evening, approximately probably in about an hour. And then, but is there a motion to excuse Commissioner Biagini this evening?
I move to excuse Commissioner Biagini.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Salame, seconded by Commissioner Cherakuru. And whenever you're ready, Elizabeth, go ahead and
You should have the voting screen up now to vote.
Oh.
Well, I can't actually vote other than verbally.
So I can't either.
Yeah, I thought we were voting verbally.
Commissioner Kelly?
I can only vote verbally as well.
We'll do verbal. Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Jane?
Yes.
Commissioner Salame?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherakuru?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, and now we will be moving on to, okay, so as the last prior meeting, tonight's meeting is being conducted.
Wait a minute. Somebody was not recorded. We have 5 of us here.
That is correct. I don't know why that didn't show up, but we do have it in the record, so it will be recorded correctly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so moving forward, as many of you may know, that right now, currently, we are doing these meetings in a unique way to curb the spread of the coronavirus pandemic. We are taking many precautions to have the well-being of our residents, staff, and other commissioners during the shelter-in-place. Like I said, this meeting is being conducted by Zoom with all the commissioners participating in their homes. So bear with us for any delays or even technical issues during the duration of our meeting. So now I will move on to declaration of commission procedures. Public hearings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. The chair of the commission directs all activity during the hearing. All comments shall be addressed to the commission. 2, any item on this agenda may be continued to subsequent hearing. 3, applicants will be allotted up to 10 minutes to present and justify proposals. Following staff's presentation of the item, other speakers will be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allotted up to 5 minutes for rebuttal of comments. 4, no additional comments will be accepted upon the close of the public hearing, although the commission reserves the right to direct questions to any speaker on any matter. 5, special procedure and time limits may be applied to any items as prescribed by the chair. And 6, appeal of commission actions must be filed in writing within 7 calendar days. So I am now to the part, copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items or on the agenda are available from the Planning Division office on Friday afternoon preceding the meeting and available online. A copy of the agenda packet is also located at the table of the entrance of the council chambers. Continuances and exceptions. So before I start this,
Chair
I'm going
Chair
to
Becker,
ask,
this is Rena Brio. Can I just
yes.
share with the public on the second page of the agenda, there's some housekeeping items for public participation with the Zoom webinar. And just specific to people who are calling in, if you're calling in and you're not participating on a computer, you press *9 to raise your hand. And when it's your turn to speak, you will be unmuted, and then you may need to also press *6 to unmute your phone. But if you go to the second page of the meeting agenda, we have some best practices like keeping yourself on mute so we don't hear audio feedback and other things for participating in the Zoom webinar.
Thank you, Rena. I'd like to ask our city attorney, Xander Abbey, to enlighten us a little more on this part with our commission.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Chair. Well, pursuant to the governor's order issued on March 17th, 2020, all public meetings, such as the Planning Commission meeting, may be conducted via telephonic and telecommunications means. And so members of the public have 4 opportunities to participate in tonight's meeting, one of which Ms. Brio just identified. You can use the Zoom application, or you can telephone into the Zoom application using the numbers that are on the agenda. There's also the opportunity to use the city's e-comment function. If you go to the city's legislative public hearings website, which is at santaclara.legistar.com/calendar.aspx, and select the e-comment link next to the Planning Commission meeting for May 27th, you can type in comments in real time, and when the public comment period for each item comes up, we will read your comments aloud up to the 2-minute maximum. In addition, although we discourage members of the public from appearing in person, we are allowing members of the public to show up at the City Hall Council chambers, provided that members of the public wear a mask at all times and maintain 6-foot separation. You may also be directed away so that we can minimize attendance to 10 people or less in the council chambers. But there's those 4 opportunities, which are, again, set forth on the Planning Commission agenda on pages 1 and 2.
All right, thank you, Xander. And can you also explain, too, since we only have 5 of us here tonight?
If I may interrupt, I understand Commissioner Casey has joined the meeting.
Oh, okay. She's here already. Awesome. Okay. All right, so we don't need to worry about that then, Xander?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, then we will move on now. And now we're on continuances and exceptions. This part of the meeting allows for applicants, members of the public, or any interested parties to request an item to be 1, continued without hearing, 2, withdrawn, or 3, taken out of order. Are there any requests of the applicants, the public, or the commission for continuance or exception for any of the items on tonight's agenda? Let's see, I don't see any hands up right now. Anyone from the public, Elizabeth?
No, there is no one here from the public.
Okay, so then we will move on to the consent calendar. The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. The consent calendar items may be enacted, approved, or adopted by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. If any member of the Planning Commission, the staff, the applicant, or a member of the public wishes to comment on a consent calendar item or would like the item to be heard on the regular agenda, make this request now. Items listed on the consent calendar with associated file numbers constitute public hearing items. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I so move to approve.
Okay.
I
Let's see.
second.
I see Commissioner. Okay.
I do have a question though, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Cherukuru.
So, do we not have minutes for our last meeting, or did I miss it?
No, we don't have the minutes. Those will be at the next upcoming meeting.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
The
I second.
The direction has been to take care of essential business, and we were told that meeting minutes were not part of that previously.
No worries. I just wanted to confirm if I missed it. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Appreciate that. Chair, I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherukuru. All right, so we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jane. We have a second by Commissioner Cherukuru. I guess let's take a vote, which will be verbal.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Akazi?
Aye.
Commissioner Jane?
Yes.
Commissioner Salim?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We will. It passed 6-0. All right. Now we will be moving on to the public presentation. Public presentations. The chair, Elizabeth, is there any members of the public that would like to briefly address the commission on any item not currently on the agenda?
No, there is not.
Okay, seeing none. We will now move on to the public hearing item. I remember Commissioner Ikezi was asking me if we could move one of the items, the related Santa Clara, to being last for the hearing this evening. Is there still that, Commissioner Ikezi, are you still interested in that? Or is anybody else still interested?
No need as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we will move forward then, and we will start with the first item on to our public hearings, which is action on development area plan for Phase 2, Parcel 4 of the related Santa Clara project. And staff, go ahead and start your presentation whenever you guys are ready.
This is Rena Brio, Planning Manager. I just want to introduce you to Sheldon Singh. He is our consultant planner who's been working with us on the planning process for DAP Phase 2. And he will be providing a presentation, our staff presentation on this. And we're just getting ourselves situated to start. Thank you, Sheldon.
Okay, thank you. So yes, we have a PowerPoint presentation. The applicant also has a presentation as well that we will operate from here. So as the case with DAP 1, we'll be having just an overview of the presentation tonight. DAP 1 was a great precursor of the process of other DAPs to come on the related project. So we'll be talking about the background, how we got here, the required findings for the DAP, as well as the overview of the project and how that project is consistent with the master community plan, the infrastructure that's proposed by the project, as well as the open space, and then environmental review, and we get to the required recommendation. So as with the case with DAP 1, and as permitted under the MCP, and that's what I'll refer to as master community plan, the applicant is elected to defer the submittal of the architectural materials to a subsequent process to be approved by the city's community development director. And so that will occur at a different date. A little bit of background on DAP 2. In June of 2016, the city certified an EIR, as well as adopted a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and adopted a statement of overriding considerations for certain impacts that could not be mitigated. The city also at that time amended the general plan to add an urban center entertainment district designation to support the pedestrian mix of uses, including retail, restaurant, commercial services, offices, hotels, urban residential, and open space. Amendment to the general plan also included an amendment to the city's climate action plan and corresponding vehicle miles reduction requirements. The city also entitled the project with the approval of zoning amendments for the plan development, master community's rezoning for the project site, the approval of the accompanying MCP. The city did approve a disposition and development agreement, a DDA, and that contains the lease conveyance terms, including a requirement that DAP be approved for any land area before it's leased. And the city at that time also approved the development agreement, which vested entitlements on the site for a 30-year term and requires that a minimum of 10% affordable housing provision for the units developed and established terms of payment for the city and regional impact fees. So do note on the screen that we do have the location of development area plan, DAP 2 Phase 2, which is a portion of the Parcel 4. So the part of the project was the zoning change and the consistency with that plan. The MCP, it does establish development vision and development zoning standards governing the development area plan, including the minimum and maximum number of dwelling units, the minimum non-residential square footage, the open space requirements, infrastructure improvement requirements, and signs. And along the lines of the comprehensive sign program, it will be required by the MCP for parcels 4 and 5 and will be considered and approved or conditionally approved by the City Council before the issuance of the first building permit for buildings but not the excavation or its grading development undertaken pursuant to DAP for Phase 1 and 2. So these are important 3 findings that we need to make a recommendation to the council tonight. And in summary, the application needs to be found to be consistent with the MCP, as well as the proposed infrastructure is sufficient to support the proposed development, and there's a reasonable amount of proposed shared outdoor space. So this diagram shows the blocks associated with the project. Consistent with the MCP, the DAP application proposes 6 blocks of development: blocks 4B, 4D east and west, 4EF east and west, and 4H. So Phase 2 also proposes to construct the full City Place Parkway, despite that roadway is not being entirely within Phase 2. So pursuant to the terms allowed under the DDA, with the submittal of a phase option notice to the city for Phase 2, there are changes to the Phase 2 boundaries. And we did find that there was an update to this document that differs from the packet version, and that was sent to you prior to this meeting and available to the public in the post-meeting material section of the agenda. Notable changes to this project that's a little bit different than the MCP had envisioned is a pedestrian concourse through the center of the phase is now an extension of Centennial Boulevard, with wide sidewalks between Stars and Stripes and the First Street with streetscape amenities. And we do have some street sections. I'll go over that in a bit. DAP 2 also proposes a parking reduction in compliance with and allowed for within the MCP of 14% through adjustments in the expected parking demand for a large mixed-use project. So just an overview of the proposed land uses here. This is a conceptual proposed development, and it's under the development scheme of Scheme A of the MCP. This is again for a 44.5 acre portion of the Parcel 4, which is close to 88 acres. It includes office, food and beverage, retail, hotel, residential, parking, as well as entertainment uses. So the project does propose shared parking opportunities on street, within garages, and increased capacity by storing valet parked cars in greater density. Per the MCP requirements and the supply ratios, a total of 4,448 spaces would be required. But per the MCP, as I mentioned, to accommodate future patterns of parking utilization, parking supply ratios can be reduced up to 25%. Reasons to substantiate this reduction include the impact of transportation network companies such as Lyft, close proximity to the transit center, projection of national trend for lower personal automobile ownership, residential service apartments have lower demand for parking versus conventional apartments, and commitment of bicycle infrastructure and resources. This exhibit shows some of the rendering and massing that's being proposed by the project. And you can see the office uses, the hotel uses, as well as some of the retail. This shows you a little more three-dimensionally what that looks like. In the next slides, I'll show you some cross-sections of the heights. So the overall building heights MCP establishes a maximum building height of 219 feet above MSL. That's the mean sea level. And that's consistent with FAA regulations as well as the Airport Land Use Commission policies. In this block 4EF West, that includes the global food market and retail uses. Those are 1 to 2 levels. The maximum height would be about 118 feet. In block 4B, where you have retail, office, and entertainment uses, these are contained within 3 and 5 levels. Again, the highest there would be 108 feet. For blocks EF East, these include office and retail uses. You have levels 1 through 5, and the maximum there is about 118 feet. Block 4H contains the parking structure, one of 2 for the site, and some retail uses on the ground floor, 7 levels. It's again 118 feet. And then block 4D West includes a hotel, residential, health club, retail, and food beverage uses. This is between 4 and 11 levels, and that maximum height is 150 feet. So this will be your tallest in the area. And then block 4D East is where you have your residential, retail, food and beverage, and some of your other parking. And this is at 7 levels maximum, and at 85 feet. So one of our things is to find that the project is consistent with the proposed uses of the MCP, and all these uses are permitted pursuant to the MCP. The phase 2 planned development includes a total combined building area of 1.7 million square feet, which is consistent with the amount envisioned by the MCP. It does not exceed that amount in the MCP. For office space, what's being proposed is 435,000 square feet. For hotel, it's 180,000 gross square feet, 220 rooms. For retail, food and beverage space is 555,000 square feet. And for residential, there are 500 residential units, 200 serviced apartments, and 300 residential apartments. The minimum in MCP is 200 units overall, and the maximum for the entire project site that includes all the phases is 9.1 million. So DAP 2 also includes 70 affordable units, which includes 20 deferred from phase 1 based on 10% requirement. The residential service apartments are intended to have occupancy of more than 30 days and would therefore be consistent with the MCP. This shows you the retail plan for the project. And you can see that the retail amount is consistent with the amount that's envisioned in the MCP. And as I mentioned, that while the DDA has minimums for retail space, the MCP does not have any minimum retail requirements. So the MCP does include minimum parking supply ratios by use. And based on the size and the pros of the uses, the DAP would require 4,448 spaces. However, the DAP does propose 3,845 spaces to serve the building development in phase 2, which represents a reduction of approximately 14%. So the approved MCP does anticipate changes to the parking demand over time. And since the project, the MCP was approved in 2016, changes have occurred for automobile ownership as well as people using TNCs. The phase 2 implements this parking reduction by providing consolidated parking facilities that can serve each of the project's on-site uses that connect with the proposed office, the retail, residential spaces with convenient pedestrian connections, and employs a Park One strategy. So overall, this parking reduction will reduce vehicular trips. And it ties us into the TDM. So the project achieves significant VMT reduction through the location and mix of uses. The TDM acts as a supplemental reduction to that. The Climate Action Plan is amended for the Urban Center Entertainment District, sets goals of 4% VMT reduction to be achieved through the TDM measures for the office development and 2% VMT reduction for residential development. And we've noted a couple of measures. There are many others that are included in the mitigation measure TR 1.1, such as flexible support services for employees who use transit for rideshare. And the above measures have been applied as condition approval G1 to be addressed with the supplement of the architectural plans and materials later. So during discussion of the overall project, TDM targets, we have heard various thoughts about the effectiveness of office TDM program. So we wanted to show you a little graph regarding traffic estimates for the office portion of the project and how they compare to estimates for a typical suburban office project. The left bar shows trip generation of a typical 6.7 million square foot office without any TDM and mixed use or transit use reduction. This represents the typical office suburban ITE, Institute of Transportation, trip generation rates. The middle bar of the project is the project office trip generation. It includes a 29% reduction due to the project size and mix of uses. The TDM measures incorporate into the project design and reflecting typical Silicon Valley employers in proximity to Great America Station light rail stations. The right bar represents an additional 10% reduction as part of the TDM mitigation measures that increases the overall reduction to 36%. It's a fairly aggressive trip target when compared to a typical office. The other part of this project that is unique is that the majority of this phase is underlain by the former landfill. And landfills are highly regulated engineering areas. For example, seismic design requirements for landfills exceed that for many buildings. The project EIR identified mitigation measures that need to be implemented by the project. There are multiple oversight agencies that will review landfills, including the California Department of Resources, Recycling, Recovery, San Francisco Bay Area Water Quality Control Board, Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and the Santa Clara County Department of Health. Additionally, there are other multiple regulations and rules that agencies must administer. And the applicant's consultants have performed numerous technical studies, investigations to support this project, so many of which are required by the regulatory agencies. So this slide, we get into some of the infrastructure discussion in the presentation about the public and private control of the lands. And the blocks are majority controlled by the private, and the roads are majority controlled in public. And do note that City Place Parkway would be completed fully with this phase. So this slide will show you more about the bike paths in the project. It shows the types of intersections also proposed for Parcel 4. The Class 1 bike paths, and these are paths that are separated from the streets, are parallel to City Place Parkway and also along Creekside Drive and within the East Park. Class 2 bike lanes are on road, and those are located along City Place Parkway and Avenue A and along Avenue C. The Class 3 bike lanes are on road, are located along 1st Street, 2nd Street, Avenue B, and Centennial Boulevard. And Class 4 path is a separated bikeway, and it's a small segment on this map is located on 2nd Street, adjacent to East Park. So I have a number of these street sections, and I'll try not to go into very much detail with these, but this street section is for Centennial Boulevard is not depicted in the MCP, and this is what I mentioned earlier. This portion was envisioned to be a pedestrian concourse, but it does include a wide sidewalk on both sides. So as each phase is built, the on-site infrastructure necessary, such as the road network, wet and dry utility installations, to support the development of the phase would be constructed. And ADAPT2 would develop all new roadways within the ADAPT2 project area, including the sidewalks, crosswalks, bike lanes, street parking, where possible. Drop-off zones for rideshare services would be provided in strategic locations. In addition, the ADAPT2 project would include a new storm drain system, new water and main connections, recycled water system, and sanitary sewer system. It would also extend electric, gas, and telephone services to the area. So these are some images that were provided by the applicant. You probably see them in their presentation as well. And this is along Centennial Boulevard. This is where we had envisioned in the MCP to be a pedestrian concourse, but initially that concept was also include department stores as anchors to the urban center. And as we know, the retail scape has changed since 2016, and now the applicant proposes other retail formats to anchor the center with sidewalks and other amenities. And the street could be blocked off to allow for other events such as street fairs. This is Centennial Boulevard street section north of First. This is considered a collector street, and it will include sidewalks, parking lane, and travel lanes. Avenue A between Stars and Stripes and 2nd Street is a collector street. It will include travel lanes, sidewalks, parking lanes, and bicycle lanes. This configuration differs from the MCP in that there's no median or for a center lane for turning. Avenue A between 2nd Street and City Place Parkway is also a collector street. And as proposed, this street will include travel lanes, turn lane, sidewalks, bicycle lanes. Its configuration differs from the MCP in that there's no parking lanes. Avenue B between Stars and Stripes and 2nd Street is a collector street. As proposed, will include travel lanes, sidewalks, parking lanes. Its configuration differs from the MCP in that there's no median for center turn lane. Avenue C between Transit Center and 1st Street is considered a collector street. As proposed, this street will include travel lanes, a turn lane, median, bicycle lanes, and a sidewalk along East Park and approximate 18-foot sidewalk along the opposite side. Creekside Drive is considered a local street. As proposed, will include travel lanes, sidewalks, bicycle path, and a parking lane on the east side of the street. 1st Street between Creekside Drive and Avenue B is a local street. As proposed, this will include travel lanes, parking lanes, and sidewalks. 2nd Street between Avenues A and B is considered a local street. As proposed, this street will include travel lanes, parking lanes, and sidewalks. So now we talk a little bit more about the open space that's being dedicated. This is the public dedicated space. This plan shows 4.25 acres, and that includes 0.38 acres of rooftop space on Block 4D, and that's counted as 50% towards the open space requirement. This also includes 1.21 acres deferred from the Phase 1. And so parkland improvements required for Phase 1 shall be constructed prior to occupancy of the 1st unit in DAP 2. Remaining acreage required for the DAP 2 residential units will be constructed prior to occupancy of the 500th unit in DAP 2. And this slide speaks to some of the shared outdoor spaces within the project. The conceptual plan shows 0.75 acres of rooftop space and 6.39 acres of outdoor shared space. And these shared spaces would be intended to serve developments on each of the blocks to support retail buildings, office, and the global food market, the hotel, as well as residential. And these do reasonably appear for the proposed types and uses of development to be consistent with the MCP. So moving on to CEQA. Back in June of 2016, with the adoption of the overall project, the city did certify EIR and adopted a mitigation monitoring and reporting program and adopted a statement of overriding considerations. The addendum for this project to the EIR is prepared for DAP 2 and includes an updated copy of that MMRP, as well as notations that are specific to the DAP 2 traffic report. The addendum found that the implementation of DAP 2 would not result in substantial changes or introduce new information not already analyzed in the City Place EIR, primarily because the level of development now proposes within what was the broader development assumptions analyzed within the EIR. It would not cause any new or significant environmental impacts not previously identified by the EIR or result in substantial increase in severity of the previously identified significant unavoidable impacts. There has been some extensive outreach for the project. Back in January, the developer did hold a community open house at the Santa Clara Convention Center. There was also a Planning Commission study session back in January. And then we're here tonight for the Planning Commission meeting. So we have the three findings that we're making a recommendation on. That the DAP application conforms to and is consistent with the applicable development requirements of the phase or partial phase. For staff's analysis, finding 1 can be made as all aspects of the DAP submittal are in conformance to the requirements of the MCP. For finding number 2, we find that all that can be made is all the infrastructure necessary to serve the development in this phase has been identified and can be implemented architecturally, and infrastructure plans are further developed in the future. The condition of approval note that the infrastructure requirements necessary to be submitted with the architectural materials later. And then finding number 3 can be made in that the approximate 11 acres of open space serving the development conforms to the MCP. So next steps here is for the Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing and forward the recommendation to the City Council for consideration. We have action by the City Council on June 23rd, and subsequent submittal of the architectural review for the DAP Phase 2, as well as subsequent submittal of the comprehensive sign program. So with that, we have a recommendation that the Planning Commission adopt resolutions for the related Santa Clara project, Phase 2, DAP application, adopt the EIR addendum for Phase 2 DAP, and approve the Phase 2 DAP application conditions. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. We have a full complement of our team here and also remotely. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to go to our commissioners now. Let's go by 3 questions each, and then we'll go back around after everyone gets a turn. So I'm going to start off with Commissioner Ikezi.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, 2 questions. So I'm going to first ask about like some procedural issues. My first question is, in the staff table that compares all kinds of numbers, it was one of the files. There's the MCP table 3.2. What does that represent? I wasn't quite sure.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Casey, could you just repeat your question again? The audio didn't come out very clearly out here.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. There's the MCP table 3.2. In the staff report, in the file with all kinds of tables and figures, what do the figures under MCP table 3.2 represent?
We're going to pull that up.
Yep, thank you.
Are you referring to an attachment in the staff report?
Yes, it's also part of today's presentation that was just given.
Okay, maybe we can go to the presentation
the slides
slide.
aren't numbered. Yeah, the slides aren't numbered, so it's kind of hard for me to tell you where. But here it is. The page that says related Santa Clara DAP2. DAP2 consistency with MCP proposed uses.
Okay. Yes. This table?
Yeah, the table, the column that says MCP volume. Yep, exactly. MCP volume 1, table 2.21. Yep. Because the DAP2 proposal is compared against this benchmark, and what does this benchmark represent?
So I'll see if Sheldon wants to add on to my response, or do you want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, so the MCP table 3.2 are really some conceptual illustrative numbers of how you could develop each of the parcels. And so as the subsequent DAPs do come in, I mean, that's where we're trying to formalize the plan, the development proposal by each phase. So the main thing when we're looking at here in consistency, there are no minimums for instance, like non-residential, but we need to make sure that overall that the project does not exceed the overall development. And that's where I think also the EIR addendums help with some of the traffic review as well to ensure that there's no inconsistency there.
I'm not sure I understand. So is this some kind of requirement, or is it like a minimum floor space or maximum floor space, or I mean, how do we come up with these numbers?
So the MCP created levels of development, which also fed into our EIR for us to analyze impacts. And so what this table is showing is that this particular DAP, and remember, we've had DAP 1 move forward, we have DAP 2. So our running tally, if you will, of what's going on with office and retail, food and beverage, hotel, and residential service departments, that amount of square footage and entertainment as well, is consistent with what was analyzed with the MCP.
Okay, so these are the figures that the EIR was based on.
Correct.
Okay, and that's why we're asked to review the EIR amendment or addendum.
It's the addendum.
Because the number
correct.
is from the MCP table 3.21. Is that my correct understanding?
Correct. So as you can see, the MCP analyzed, 2.4 million square feet. Proposed is 1.7 million square feet. So there's a difference there, but it's not exceeding what was analyzed in the MCP. So we're meeting the maximum thresholds of what was analyzed and allowable for the MCP.
Okay, so the EIR amendment, which was 800 pages, but in just what this EIR amendment that was part of this package says is that this delta between the second and the third column of this table is the result does not result in extra analysis required in the EIR, and that's what the EIR amendment attests to.
The addendum, correct.
The addendum. Okay. So that was my second question. My third question is, can you walk us through the TDM again? Because, we went through this extensively for DAP1, but how does the TDM requirement work for the DAP2? Because I read the staff report and I wasn't sure if I understood the whole thing.
Mr. Chair, could I just jump in for a second? This is Alexander Abbey, Assistant City Attorney.
Absolutely.
I realized at the start of this hearing, we didn't sufficiently identify all of the panel of experts we have on the line who may be able to assist with some of the answers to these questions. So in addition to representatives of several city departments, we're joined by our outside legal counsel, Anna Shimko and Eric Phillips from Burke Williams, who you've met before. We're also joined by Elizabeth Canner from Environmental Science Associates, who drafted the addendum that is before you tonight. We're also joined by Dan Rubens from the traffic engineering firm Fair and Pierce, who prepared the traffic analysis, not only for the addenda for DAP 1 and 2, but also for the original EIR. So we have actually quite a few people that can assist in answering these questions tonight. And if I'm not mistaken, our outside counsel, Anna Shimko, wanted to provide a little color on the previous question that Commissioner Kesey asked.
Oh, thank you.
So is Anna unmuted? You may need to call on her Chair Becker, I'm not sure.
Anna?
No, I mean, you may need to unmute her. He's not.
Oh, me.
part of-
Okay. Let's see where she at.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
There we go.
Yes. Okay, I am unmuted. Awesome. So I wanted to explain that Table 3-2 in the Master Community Plan is not regulatory. It is merely illustrative. It provides some data with respect to the way that space could be allocated among various parcels and what space might be developed consistent with both the MCP and the EIR. It very clearly says in that table, information provided for illustrative purposes and is not intended to limit possible configurations. So there really is no delta, as Commissioner Ikeze was referring to. There is a difference from that particular table, but the square footage and the uses are vastly under what was analyzed in the EIR. And therefore, I believe the addendum pretty readily found that the overall scope of environmental impact would be well within the envelope analyzed in the EIR.
So the numbers used for EIR, there's a yet another set of numbers that is different from the MCP table 3.21 that was used for EIR. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the EIR studied 3 different variants, and honestly, I believe it's scheme A that is in table 3-2. But again, that doesn't limit the developer at all. There was also a scheme B and a variant scheme A that were studied in the EIR. So the EIR looked at an overall amount of square footage within the different use types.
Okay, so why is the staff report in every single presentation compare? I'm just trying to understand what we're looking at and why are we being presented these 2 sets of numbers?
I honestly think that's a decent question. I think it was simply intended to be informative, but it really, like I said, is not regulatory. I don't think that particular data is necessarily ultimately germane. It's just a way to compare to what this particular table in the MCP said. But again, that table just showed one way in which development that's allowed under the MCP could be spread among the different parcels. So in the MCP, there are overall total square footages of the different uses of, square footage of retail, of office, the amount of residential areas. And those are the overall amounts and types of development that were analyzed in the EIR and that the MCP does lock in.
So this is like one set of numbers that are allowed in the EIR, according to the EIR.
Yes, this is just one. In that particular table only shows one particular possible configuration of the numbers that were both analyzed in the EIR and embodied within the zoning approvals of the MCP. So page 46 of the MCP is where the maximum numbers of square footage of different types is set forth.
Okay. So what are we supposed to take away from this? This just shows that the numbers are vastly different. But I mean, if the number we're comparing against are pretty arbitrary based on what you're saying, then what's the meaning of what's the takeaway from this table?
Well, I don't believe there are arbitrary numbers. The numbers in the table may be arbitrary for this particular purpose. I think it was just intended to give you an idea of how the square footage would compare to that particular illustrative table in the MCP, which again doesn't limit or govern. It's simply an example of how the development might be spread around. And so the presentation by Mr. Ah Singh indicated that even compared to the way that the MCP in that table said that development could be spread around the parcels and the amounts of the various uses, there's not a lot of difference given what the developer is currently applying for under the DAP.
I mean, the difference is almost 700,000 square feet. Isn't that a huge difference? But I don't even know if that difference means anything.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't have that table. I don't have that slide in front of me at this point, so it's hard for me to comment on it again.
Perhaps we could just move on to the other commissioners' comments rather than engage in that type of debate right now. Maybe just let's just kind of tally up what questions need to be addressed still, but move on to the other commissioners. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, yes. May I ask my answer the TDM, how that TDM is supposed to work?
You were breaking up there, Commissioner Ikezi.
Oh, may I have my third question answered? The question about TDM, how the TDM works for DAP2?
So I think we have Dan Rubens, who's remotely, that can help us with that question.
Hi, this is Daniel Rubens with Bear and Peers. I can provide kind of an initial response, and where staff needs to add, they certainly can. Sheldon presented a slide in this presentation that had the three bar charts specific to the office trip reduction. And so the environmental document ultimately defines the performance target, the actual number of vehicle trips, and the % reduction, which is documented in the mitigation and monitoring report. And in that report, it includes a very specific % reduction relative to what was studied in the environmental document. So the transportation demand management plan is a forthcoming document that would list out the specific measures that would be implemented as a part of this development plan. It will include things like site features that have been highlighted already. It will include also demand response measures and a number of other kind of features. The transportation demand management plan will also include documentation about the specific performance measure, the number of vehicle trips that it have to be, that individual project has to be within, and any kind of remedial action that's needed. So if you don't meet that target by going out, doing the counts, you find you're not meeting the target, going and adding more TDM measures. So that's the overall process. The timing of that, I believe, is prior to occupancy, but can get clarification from staff.
Okay, and so what's the number that they need to meet?
It varies based off of land use, and the one that I have before me right now would be, if you, Sheldon, could go to the slide, the specific slide on TDM, so I don't misquote the number, but I believe it was, for office, it is 6,490 morning peak hour trips.
Okay, so you're not supposed to exceed that 6490.
Yep, so that's for that specific, that's for all the office development.
In DAP2?
That number is actually for all of the office of the entire project.
The entire related project?
Yep.
Okay, and there are no numbers associated with like housing and retail and other uses?
There is. I don't have those available to me at the moment.
Because I don't remember seeing them in the staff report either.
Yeah, that is one of the details that would be addressed in the TDM plan. So clear specification of what that number of vehicle trips is, the performance target, and that would be the benchmark used for any monitoring, actual observations at the driveways. those counts would be compared to that number. So those are some details that will be completed as a part of the medium plan.
Okay, so I think for the DAP one, I think I heard the number, like, was it like 5%, or are there specific percentages associated with DAP 2?
There is not a specific percentage. What's in the MMRP is specific to the entire land use category. So in the case of office development, what I'm looking at in the mitigation monitoring report is TRA 1.1 and the specific percent reductions, which are relative to the project trips that were studied in the environmental document. So and I'll just focus on the peak hour. So for office development, that is a 10% reduction. For residential, it's 4%. So those are the two that are defined in the in that specific mitigation measure.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Chair. I yield.
Okay. Now we're moving on to Commissioner Chair Kuru.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to make a brief attempt to help Commissioner IKZ understand and on what the MCP is and what the numbers are before I go into my 3 questions, if it's okay. So, Commissioner IKZ, my presumption, again, to be clarified, when we did the MCP, I'm assuming they did it at a programmatic EIR level. There are certain assumptions that are made when we embark on such futuristic projects. And what people is really trying to compare is what was the original assumption in the MCP, what is really the project today, what the difference is, and where they are recommending that there's really no impact in the EIR or to the actual MCP. At certain assumption levels, which is futuristic, for instance, the retail, as was talking in the staff report, I can understand where they're saying retail has dropped significantly from the time that the EIR was done. And so that's why they're saying that there is a difference. I'll rest my comments there, and we can follow up during our comments time. So my 3 questions to staff, and I first want to commend, I really appreciated the thoroughness in the staff report, the EIR documentation, the MMRP. I mean, although I'll plead guilty, I did not read 800 pages all in full depth, but it was very comprehensive, and I appreciate that. There are 3 questions. For the pedestrian master plan that was recently adopted by the city, is this site one of those that was identified as part of the pedestrian master plan?
I will probably ask Allie Jackman from Public Works to see if she can help address that. Allie, will you be able to help tell us about the pedestrian master plan and whether or not it included this related Santa Clara?
Yeah. Hi, Rena. Hi, Commissioner and panel. This is Allie Jackman. I'm in the Public Works Department. Do you want to chime in on the pedestrian master plan? So the pedestrian master plan did not evaluate the area in the related Santa Clara development because the pedestrian master plan is basically a improvement tool, a long-term vision and goal for improving pedestrian experiences throughout the city. And because this is a brand new development, our assumption is that everything that related is installing will meet our ADA requirements. So we did not provide any particular pedestrian improvements or review within the development here.
Thank you, Allie. And my question is based off of today's Facebook Live. I really appreciate what staff and city is doing to give more awareness to its residents. So, Allie, thank you for the lovely video. But I do have a follow-on question on that. Is there any guidelines or goals that are at least vision for future projects in the document, or is it purely improvements of sidewalks and on existing infrastructure? I'm talking to the master plan.
In regards to the pedestrian master plan, it is improving the pedestrian experience. So it's either enhancing what we currently have or providing with new infrastructure.
Okay, so it really did not talk about future projects or goals for the city's overall pedestrian experience.
Overall pedestrian experience, yes, was considered in the pedestrian plan.
Okay, I'm just hoping that it matches the pedestrian master plan. Moving to my second question to the parking garage, is that the parking garage for the entire project? I mean, phase 1 plus phase 2 plus future phases, and it's all in one parking garage, or is there self-parked for the residences and other, other non-residential, other commercial uses? I'm trying to distinguish if I'm a resident in this complex within the project, will I have to use the parking garage and then walk to my house?
Commissioner Shirakuru, I'm going to ask Sheldon to help us. But no, there are multiple garages, and we can kind of talk to you through some of them.
Yes, thank you.
Right.
So you should be able to see the slide that shows the parking that's proposed for the phase. There is the large parking structure at Block 4C, but there's also parking that's available within 4D that's underneath the residential building. So that's at grade structured parking, but that's part of that block. So those would be the two kind of shared structured parking. There's also some street parking that's available, and then there's some valet storage increment that they're proposing.
And recall for DAP 1, there's also underground parking under DAP 1, which we're not showing here because we're discussing DAP 2. If there's anyone else who would like to add on to other areas for parking, please, if you're a panelist, feel free to chime in if we weren't complete.
I'll just follow through. So the residential is actually a secured parking, like it's limited to only the residents. And I'm assuming the parking is public parking, the structure, otherwise outside of that residential, correct?
We can have the applicant speak to the intent of the accessibility of the parking. I think there is definitely some interest in sharing parking between certain uses and the timing of that parking, and really careful attention to the numbers and how there's shared parking between the uses. So we can ask the applicant after his presentation, or maybe he'll address that with this presentation as well.
Okay, thank you, Rena. And I'll ask my third last question. So one of the things that we're seeing, especially more needed at this COVID time, is the need for Wi-Fi access, especially for those that do not have access to public, Wi-Fi. So I'm wondering if the buildings or infrastructure is intended to support public Wi-Fi. And I say that with the goal that there's a lot of inequity right now that's being realized in those that have internet and those that do not.
That's something that the applicant can address. I don't believe that's something that's part of sort of the city requirements and regulations, but the applicant may share, plans they have for sort of internet infrastructure.
But can the city actually take on, I know we have a smart city, where do we place our cell towers? I mean, how do we provide Wi-Fi to the city?
So I am speaking a little bit out of my area of expertise, but as I understand it, a lot of providers actually go through private arrangements throughout the city, correct, and put up cell towers and provide that service to their customer base. I'm actually not incredibly familiar with the city's smart city, initiative or whatnot. So if there's someone else in Public Works, maybe Allie or anyone else who can provide a more comprehensive response, please add on.
Yeah, hi, Rena. I don't have more to add on to that, but I do know that Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager, has been engaged in smart cities with Related for this area.
Okay, I just hope that it actually becomes somewhat implemented, not just that, we leave it to the client, or albeit I understand that the NCP did not require it, but neither did we predict COVID. So just hoping that the client understands that city would be in certainly need of better Wi-Fi for public. So, and I'm just asking from a building usage standpoint, not necessarily that they pay the bills.
Yeah, and one more thing to add on that, Commissioner. Again, Allie Jackman here. We have been working with Related to ensure that the joint trenches have enough conduits for necessary private and public infrastructure, including fiber and communication companies. So we have been having those discussions already.
Great, thank you. I yield, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chirukuru. Commissioner Jane.
Good. When this project was proposed a number of years ago, the MCP had this project at 9.1 million square feet. It was a huge project. I had concerns about traffic and so on. But, it was touted as being the Santana Row of Santa Clara, our big entertainment center, maybe our replacement of the downtown on the north side. And we designated it with a designation of urban center and entertainment. Now, when I look at the same slide, can you pull it up, the first slide that Commissioner Ikezi had pulled up, the MCP 3.2 slide? Anyway, my point is, as we pull it up, what you see here on this slide is that retail has been slashed by half. You can see that food has been slashed by 3/4. This is the one. Nope. It disappeared. This one here. So what you see is retail went from almost 800,000 to 400,000. So retail was slashed by half. Food and beverage was also slashed by 1/4. And then if you look at the bottom, entertainment was gutted. It's like 1/4 of what we had originally thought we were getting in this project. So, and then what we did was we basically just cranked up the office here. So office went up by 140,000 square feet. So my question is that, what is this project now for the city? Because it was supposed to be a place for Santa Clarans to go. So that's my first question that I'm trying to understand. I understand the project overall is 700,000 square feet less than the MCP, and the MCP analyzes traffic and climate change and water and all the environmental impacts. So a smaller project will have smaller impact. But is the city getting what we really were expecting from this project? That's my fundamental question.
Commissioner Jane, thanks for the question. So I think you understand that, these are maximums and not minimums. And I think the nature of your question is to not talk about whether or not it's meeting the MCP, but whether or not, because it is, but rather, is it, the best deal for the city? And the terms that the city negotiated, a lot of those are in our DA and our DDA, and those also have been reviewed and analyzed to make sure that what was originally were deal points for the city, what was really important, were going to get implemented in the right timing and the right phasing and in the right amounts. So right here, we're talking to you about consistency with the MCP, but there are other things that, are part of this whole entire approval process related to the DDA and the DA that are also a part of this review and approval. And what I would say is that really what's in front of you is about consistency with the MCP. And, if we were talking, I know that's probably not what you are wanting to hear, but if we were talking about someone building a 3 million square foot project, that would be an issue, right, with conformance. But it's really an allowance that we're allowing up to the millions that we've described here. I think Anna Shimko might have more to add on to this, so I might tag her to see if she wants to clarify anything else.
I guess I just want to ask the sort of next question related to that is, if we're only checking against the MCP, what's to prevent the applicant from just saying there will be no retail, there's no food court, we're just going to build 3 million square feet of office?
I mean, there are a few things. I think we would analyze every project for, what was the approved DIR? What are those environmental impacts that we analyzed? I think the city would go back and it would look at its DA and its DDA and the timing of different things that are supposed to be meeting, deal points for the city as well. But I think there's some flexibility. There's been flexibility recognizing that this is a multi-phased project. Clearly, when this project was approved years ago, we would have not ever anticipated being in a pandemic right now. But realizing that there's this multi-phase project, we have really ambitious plans for what that land is going to be utilized for, but realizing that there's some flexibility that we need to understand to make this come to fruition. So I think, the intent of the MCP is to look at how do we plan a large site over a long period of time, but still also allow that flexibility. And for the city, a lot of it was our concerns that maybe it would be too programmed, there would be too much that's going on, and we had to also make sure that people were fitting under the allowances and not exceeding those allowances.
Rena, I'm happy to jump in and give some additional detail.
Thank you.
This is Anna Shimko. So I was involved, as you know, Commissioner Jane, in negotiating the disposition and development agreement and the development agreement. And the city management team and city council were quite clear on and did negotiate and include in the deal minimum levels of development with respect to retail, hotel, residential. And so the developer could not say that they would not have any retail because there are milestones that need to be met within phases 1 and 2 and 3 with respect to retail. And those milestones are being met with the proposal under the development area plan. And as Rena has noted, the MCP contains maximums, as of course a zoning construct would contain maximums, and it's the deal points under the transaction that do contain minimums. I wanted to speak to office really briefly because the maximum amount of office allowed in Parcel 4 under the MCP, and this particular phase covers about half of Parcel 4. The maximum amount of office in Parcel 4 is more than 2.5 million square feet of office. So the actual amount is considerably under what's actually allowed under the MCP.
Okay, I understand. I'm not happy, but that's what the city negotiated. Then my second question is related to the parking. And this came up under the DAP 1. So parking has gone from 4,448 to 3,845. It's a 14% reduction, 613 spaces, which saves the developer about $30 million. And then there was somewhere in the thing they were talking about knocking off another 500 parking spots and moving them to a surface lot in another phase. So my question is, first, that is that definite that they're going to do that? When does that happen? Is that going to cause a shortage of parking in this phase? And that's again by moving that to the surface lot, that's another approximately $25 million of savings to the developer.
And Commissioner Jane, there is no current proposal for those spaces to be in a surface lot. What you are looking at this point is a development area plan that locates those spaces within the structured garages within the DAP for phase 2 site. So if they did want to do something with a surface lot at some point, that would be a deal item that the city would have to discuss with the developer, because at this point they have not leased any land. Well, they haven't leased any, but once they take down phase 2, they will have leased phases 1 and 2, and they will not have leased area outside those land areas for phases 1 and 2. So that would be something the city would have to discuss with the developer.
Well, I'm not making this up. It was in the document, 500 spaces in a
It was,
lot.
yeah, it was in the first development area plan. You're absolutely right that they submitted for DAP2, and we discussed that with them and said, hey, wait a minute, that's not within phase 2, and they submitted a revision to the development area plan clarifying that they would not park there without some subsequent discussion and approval by the city, and that they would instead put the parking spaces within the garage on block 4H, and the elevations for block 4H were changed as a result.
I get it. Okay. Okay. All right. So then my last question is related to TDM, and of course, my concern is that the TDM, as Mr. Osing had said, would be released before certification of occupancy. And I don't see how that could work, because you need to plan the bike rooms in here. So you can't just release a TDM plan just before certification of occupancy. It has to be planned into the design of the buildings. And you know what I'm looking for is from the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, which is 1 bike space per bedroom. There's of course no permanent residential here, so I wouldn't ask for that. But for commercial, 1 bike space per 5,000 square feet, 1 bike space per 10,000 square feet for Class 2 commercial guest parking. And for retail, 1 bike space per 5,000 square feet or better. And since the developer is saving, $30 million on reducing parking, we should be encouraging bicycling. And for that reason, I would like the bike room plans to be provided to us well before certification of occupancy, so I can know what targets they're hitting.
And I will speak to that also, although I think others could as well. This is Anna Shimko again. The conditions of approval that you have before you, I believe it's condition of approval G1, that says that there are certain items that have to be approved by the community development director before a building permit is secured for DAP2, and that includes all of the bicycle amenities.
Okay, that clarifies that. Yeah, that's my 3 questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Jane. Vice Chair Salam.
Okay, so thanks to all the other commissioners that asked all my questions for me, so I don't have as many. As Commissioner Jane just hit the big ones. I'm kind of interested in knowing what the plans are for the reduced entertainment, what actually is getting axed out of the entertainment part of it. And then given the new directions that companies are taking because of COVID's pandemic, why are we building so much more office space when in fact a lot of the larger companies are reducing their office requirements? That's it, really.
Commissioner Salim, those are probably 2 questions that are better answered by the applicant.
Okay, maybe I can wait for that then. That would be helpful.
Thank you, Vice Chair Salam. Commissioner Kelly.
Okay. A couple of my questions are more specific to the developer, but we are seeing significant changes from when this originally came in front of me. And like Commissioner Jane, I guess I'm concerned. Concerned in the reduction of housing, reduction in entertainment, reduction in retail. I guess my question is the developer obligated in later phases to increase some of these numbers in later phases?
There are some, I hope I'm still on. This is Anna Shimko. Yes, in later phases, the minimums that are in the disposition and development agreement for retail and hotel do continue, and there are targets that will have to be met in phase 3 to the extent that they are not met in phase 2, and indeed they are not all met in phase 2. So there will be carryover and additional space that will need to be built in those land use components for phase 3.
Okay. And this might be better for the applicant, but I remember originally in the entertainment section there were supposed to be theaters there. Are we still looking at having theaters at City Place?
I think the applicant is going to walk us through some of those planned aspects when he goes through the plan.
Okay. And then could you refresh my memory again? So what are the major changes from when this originally came in front of me 5 or 6 years ago till today? I mean, are we losing some plazas? Are we getting more open space? What are all these changes doing to the plan that we originally had several years ago to today?
So that's what this, staff analysis has really been about, is just conformance and consistency with the MCP. And, everything that was considered, whether it be open space, parkland dedication, parking, those are all within the allowances in the MCP. If we drill down on parking a little bit, there is a provision that allows for reduction in parking up to a certain percentage. The applicant, I believe, is proposing 14% reduction, which is allowable. So that's one thing that I wouldn't say is a deviation, but is something different than a number that was presented originally. But really sort of the mix of uses, the amount of uses, the street layout, those are things that staff has found consistent with what was originally adopted with the MCP.
Okay. And then as far as a plan, getting or piggybacking on what Commissioner Jane said, I think we are going to see a dramatic rise in electric bikes. I'm seeing them everywhere. Is there a push to have electric bike rentals at some phase of this development where people can basically go from City Place to the El Camino to Stevens Creek, where we're seeing a large amount of growth?
So are you, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kelly, are you asking if something like bike share would be installed?
Yeah, exactly. So I would like to see, are we going to have a comprehensive plan for bike share in this that allow specifically electric bikes? I mean, scooters are great, but I think bikes are a little bit safer. And if we're going to reduce the number of parking spaces, I think we should have, as a compensating factor, bike sharing. and specifically electric bikes?
So we would get those kind of details when the TDM plan is submitted. And I think, that's a fair question to ask. It might be a little early right now for the applicant to commit to electric bikes or not, but I think that's a fair question to ask. But where we would get that information is when the TDM plan is actually submitted.
And I understand that, but I do think it's important that we bring it up now to let the applicant know that if they are going to ask for a reduction in parking spaces, that we would like to see things like a bike share program, specifically electric bikes, which would allow most people to go farther distances to North First Street, to El Camino, to Stevens Creek, to major areas, and not have to get into a car. So that's my point. I think the rest of my questions are more specific for the applicant, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. I'm going to ask my three. Well, I think a couple of them are mainly for the applicant, but for staff, whoever can answer it. Many of us have been hitting this one about the office space. What's going to happen? Let's say, because I know with my work and a few others that there's talk of maybe starting to keep people working from home. What are we going to do if suddenly within about 5 to 10 years that we develop this, that we're going to have a lot of open office space? Are we going to start consolidating, or are we going to start looking at other options to utilize that office space?
I think that right now is a very hard time to predict what's going to go on with office. There's been obviously a large trend for working at home. There have also been talk about how we've been putting too many people in office space and that we actually need more, the space that we have might actually be acceptable now to provide more space for people than kind of the more open office plan that was very popular. And recognizing that this is a project that's going to get built over several years, we're certainly in a particular period right now, but that period we really don't know how long it's going to last. So we're right now furthering the intent of what the applicant's desire is, and that meets our MCP and DA deal points. And I'm sure this will be market driven for the applicant, based on, what they construct and when they construct it as well. So you may want to get the applicant's thoughts on that, but I do think that right now may be a little early for us to figure out what do we do with the future of office, because it's sort of still getting figured out.
Okay. And then my next question is about the parking as well. That's Commissioner Jane brought it up. That's 14% reduction. It's $30 million. I mean, I'm hearing about investing into bike shares and stuff like that. I mean, is there any options of maybe investing? I mean, maybe this is more based towards the applicant, but maybe staff might be able to chime in on this too if it's allowed, which is, can they invest into an arts fee? Maybe something where they can, the Cultural Commission is the one that's going to be in charge of this, or something that can start putting certain public art in that area. Is that something that we can probably do?
So maybe I can just speak first of all to the reduction in parking. So staff looked at those parking numbers. A lot's happened with, ride share and whatnot. And so it really made sense, the numbers that were being proposed, to adequately serve the uses, especially because we're in a mixed use environment here where people are going to have a park first strategy. They'll come for one activity, stay for multiples. We'll have the people who are residing in this community do a lot of the entertainment, do a lot of the food and beverage, and so it's sort of self-contained to some extent. But also recognizing that the best way to reduce trips is to reduce parking. So the reduction of parking is also a good thing from a TDM standpoint as well. When individuals propose things that make sense, we analyze it for that standpoint. We're not analyzing, is that going to save the developer money, and how do we leverage that money? that's not really something that's in staff's purview. We really look at regulations and whether or not they make sense for us as a city to, accept or recommend to the council for approval.
It's kind of concerning to me about reducing parking in a tourism area, especially if we're trying to get really a lot of people to show up to uptown, or really trying to get people attracted to this. My last question is, has there ever been any interest, or anyone's entertained the idea of working with the former tenant that used to be there who ran David's Restaurant, if that might be an inclusion inside the project? Or has anyone reached out, in fact?
I don't think planning staff's probably the best to answer that. So we might hold that question to see if someone else, or the applicant would answer that, but that's not something that planning's been involved in.
Okay. All right. So then, do we have any more questions for staff from anyone on the commission? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to the applicant.
I have one last question.
Oh, sure. Commissioner Chiriku, go ahead.
I missed this. Are we having any EV charging stations in this project? Because I know that would impact the stall count versus parking spots. So typically EV charging are considered stalls that you charge and you leave, but not necessarily towards the parking count. Help me understand if it's otherwise.
Commissioner Chiriku, are you asking if parking spaces will be, prepared with EV charging? Is that your question? Yes.
So the ratio would be different, and at least this is from my project experience, where you have EV charging stalls, but they're not really counted as parking ratios. They're not considered part of the overall count, but...
So Sheldon and I were just discussing that. There's so many details and it's such a large project. We're going to see if we have a specific number for you, but I think the intent is that they meet building code, which is applicable, where you have to have a certain percentage of spaces that are EV charged, actually not just pre-wired, but actually for, ready to use. But we'll look at the plans to see if we actually call out a specific number here. I think we may not, though.
That's fine. I just wanted to confirm, because you're introducing EV charging stations, the usable parking spots would actually be reduced. Am I correct?
They would be held to the actual parking numbers, the required parking numbers, and so they'd have to find a way to meet the code for the number of EV charging spaces they're required to have, as well as the number of parking spaces they need to have. So those two things would have to be met.
Okay, that helps, because I know if you're saying 3,845 parking spots, then we need to confirm if EV charging is going to change the ratio and require more, or if it's going to be within that it's, of course, we can reduce, as we are already reducing the parking ratios and everything is qualifiable under the MCP. I just want to make sure that there are certain requirements we hold them to. And like the commissioner said, if it's continuing to drop the parking, definitely encourage more bike, but in lack of public transit, significant here, it's helpful to understand the parking impact.
Yes, so that will not reduce the number of parking spaces they're required to provide.
Thank you. That's it, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chiriku. Commissioner Jain.
Yes, this question is for Mr. Ossing. Can you pull up the bicycle lane map that you had before? Yeah, great. Okay. So I'm trying to understand how someone were to bike from the train station to, say, the food court. What is the bike lane on Stars and Stripes? Because it's not shown on this map because it's not really part of this DAP. Is that Sharrows or is that a striped lane or what is that?
Allie, do you have that? Do you know what Stars and Stripes has?
I am opening that document right now, but I believe it's a Class 2 facility as well.
Oh, just Sharrows or class. Okay, it's a striped lane.
Striped lane is my
good.
understanding, yes.
Oh, great. Okay. So to get from the train station to the food court, Stars and Stripes would be the preferred route. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. So from the train station, in order to get over to San Tomas Aquino Creek, you could either go up Station Road and head south on Avenue C over to Stars and Stripes to Creekside. Or if you're at the transit center, you could also go up the new slip ramp that's being built currently up onto Tasman. And you could cross at Tasman and Centennial and make your way over to San Tomas Aquino that way as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, let's move on to the applicant's presentation.
Great. Hold on a second while we switch things around and we can introduce the applicant, who is Steve Eimer. But give us a second to get the PowerPoint loaded here at City Hall.
No problem. And just for everybody at home, there may be a slight delay in this.
Steve, this is Rena. Are you ready? I've got the presentation here at City Hall and the City Council chambers up.
Great. I am Rena. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Super. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Steve Eimer. I'm with Related Companies. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. First of all, I want to thank you for convening this session under such challenging circumstances. We really appreciate it, and also doing such a great job of it. Next slide, Rena, please.
Sorry, there is going to be just a few second delay between what people see on the screen.
All right, very good. This is an overall project program slide. All of these facts and figures have been previously covered by staff. I would just point out that phase 2 of the project, which we're looking at this evening, really forms the heart of the city center. The next, please. And this is just an aerial view with the project superimposed, as well as the Tasman East project, just to give you a sense of the context within the immediate area. Next, please. And today is obviously our focus is on phase 2. Which is immediately adjacent and to the north of phase 1 that you'd previously considered. I would indicate to you that the first set of slides I'm going to show you in the buildings are being designed by the world famous Foster Partners architects, as well as the world-renowned Gensler firm is acting as architect of record for these buildings. Next, please. This is a street level view of the Avenue B looking north, with the parking garage with approximately 2,900 spaces on your right-hand side, with a very active street level frontage all along that street. And on the left in the slide is our loft office building above, again, with street level retail all the way along that street, and obviously very heavily landscaped at a very pedestrian scale. Next, please. And this is a view of the East Side Plaza with the loft office building in the rear, which is a fourth floor office building of approximately 305,000 square feet, with retail at the lowest level. It will be the Valley's first timber constructed office building. Next. And this is a little bit of a close-up view of the loft office building, which I mentioned will be of a wood construction with lower level retail. The retail will be fully integrated into the plaza with retail pavilions and food and beverage offerings throughout the plaza area. Next, please. And another view of the loft office building, again, giving you a good sense of the retail pavilions and the integration of the plaza area. Next, please. And this is a view of the interior of the loft office, which is featuring exposed wood throughout, operable windows, high floor-to-ceiling ratios. Should be very appealing to young firms, startup endeavors, et cetera. You can note that social distancing is being practiced here in this perspective. Next slide, please. We next move to the Global Food Market, which we think is going to be one of the most iconic buildings in the project. It is a Foster designed wood and timber type structure. It will house a wide variety of food and beverage and retail shops. And it'll be over 100,000 square feet of area inside the timber structure. It's similar in scale and concept to the San Francisco Ferry building. Next, please. This is another view of the food market looking north along Centennial. Centennial will feature very wide sidewalks on both sides and very significant landscaping. Next, please. Another view from the Global Food Market looking across Centennial toward the East Side Plaza. And here you'll see that in this particular rendering, Centennial has been closed to vehicles for a street fair. Next. Global Food Market will be surrounded by outdoor seating, where we'll take advantage of the great Santa Clara weather and ample seating outside for food and beverage activities, as well as just enjoying the outdoors. Next, you'll see another view of the food market along Centennial. This is a 30-foot wide sidewalk with a double row of trees. Next. There will also be food and beverage integrated with retail stores in the food market, second floor terraces with dining options as well. Next, please. And this is a view of the interior of the global food market, very distinctive timber construction. It will feature both full-service restaurants as well as quick serve. We'll offer a very broad range of cuisines to take advantage of the ethnic diversity that we have in the region. Next. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. This is a view of the West Side Plaza, which is part of the entertainment zone. On the right-hand side, you'll see a cinema complex, and yes, we will be having cinema complex and other entertainment venues. There are a number of different entertainment venues that we're talking to now about coming to the project. And on the left-hand side is a boutique office building with retail and food and beverage at the plaza level. This entire plaza will front onto San Tomas Aquino Creek. Next slide, please. This is just a view of that West Side Plaza landscaping. There are a couple of more slides if you can just move through them quickly. Rena, I would appreciate it. Just a variety of different informal seating areas, heavy landscaping integrated with the retail environment. Yet another view, and there will be a variety of architectural styles that will be exhibited in these pavilion buildings. This is another view of the West Side Plaza with the cinema complex with food and beverage at its base. Next, please. And then flanking that on the opposite side of the plaza will be a boutique office building of approximately 100,000 square feet, again, above retail and food and beverage at the plaza level. Next. Just back to the Phase 2 site plan for 1 second. We've covered the southern portion of Phase 2, and now I'm going to walk you through the northern 2 blocks. I would just remind you that all of the buildings that we've shown so far have been designed by Foster Partners with Gensler as AOR. In the next series of slides, we'll be using different architects to produce those buildings. Next, please. This is what we call the Equinox block, and it is being designed by the very renowned firm of Architectonica, a little bit different style. This will be a series of uses on this block, including a 220-room Equinox Hotel, which is the tallest structure there in the slide. It will also include an Equinox Health Club and 200 service departments, all of which is planned around a public plaza with walkways and various food and beverage options. Next, please. And this is another view of that public plaza looking back toward the service departments from the hotel, and is a good view of the plaza area and walkways and food and beverage. Another slide, please. And this next slide is a street level view of that public plaza within the Equinox block. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the residential block that will include 300 apartment units, including the 10% affordable units, including those allocated from Phase 1 service departments and the Equinox service departments. This building is being designed by the highly regarded firm of Morris Ashby, so a slightly different style, as you can see. we think very attractive. This will also include a 500 car parking facility, which will be used primarily by the residents there, but also some hotel valet parking will be accommodated there as well for the adjacent Equinox Hotel. Next slide. This is an opposite end of that building with another view of the apartments with food and beverage at the base. Next slide, please. And then I'll end with a few slides of the neighborhood park, which will be approximately 4¼ acres to be provided in phase 2, as the staff indicated. We've prepared conceptual plans for this. We've submitted them to the Parks and Rec Department and gotten their comments. I think we're on a very good track here, and we're refining the plans now. It will be bikeways, walkways, seating areas, as well as very active recreational areas with children's play areas, volleyball, and a dog park. So that concludes my presentation, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. I also have some of our team available on the phone to supplement if need be. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to start our questions, and remember, 3 questions each, and then we'll come back around once we get through everybody. So I'm starting off with Commissioner Ikezi.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So compared with DAP1, I noticed that there's much less details on DAP2. I'm not sure how many buildings are going to be there, what the facade is going to look like. We know how high they're going to be, how much floor space. What is the reason for this less information we're being presented?
I'm actually not aware that we're providing any less information at all. I feel like the submission that we've made for DAP2 is very comparable to what we provided in DAP1, and I feel like my presentation is really even more thorough than I provided in DAP1 with regard to some of the architectural aspects and the buildings. And I think the staff report does a very good job of presenting, the information about the buildings and the floor areas and square footages and heights of the buildings, et cetera.
Well, I beg to differ because when we saw the plans for DAP1, we knew exactly how many buildings we were going to have, how many floors in each building, what the facade of each side looked like. I'm not seeing that here.
Commissioner Ikezi, sorry, this is, yeah, sorry, this is Rena Brio. Commissioner Ikezi, are you asking for the architectural details?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is going to happen in step 2, similar to the DAP1, and we started our presentation explaining this, that really those level of architectural details are allowed to be submitted in a second phase that aren't submitted with this step 1. So it would be step 2, a separate process altogether, where we would get those details. These are really conceptual. We've reviewed them to make sure setbacks, the street configuration works, other things kind of make sense. So that's really the purpose of showing them and to give us kind of the conceptual, but the actual architectural information will come at a different step.
So that's the step where the community development department, the staff basically reviews the architecture, right? The planning commission is not involved in reviewing the architecture.
Correct. So if we go to Appendix C of the MCP, it actually spells out the whole DAP process. and calls out a separate step that's available to the applicant at their choice if they want to go through that and not front-loaded on with this first phase. And that is approved by the Director of Community Development.
Right. So the conceptual drawings that were being presented, it could be drastically different. I mean, what actually gets built could be drastically different, right? Is it true?
This is, conceptual. So, when you say drastically different, this isn't the time in which we're proposing architecture. This is really just to give people maybe a sense of, we're looking at, if the commission wants to kind of give some comments on what was shown, you're free to do that, but really this isn't the time to really even evaluate the architecture. I think those renderings are shown to give people a sense of how this all kind of comes together beyond just square footages. So it's really meant to be at a high level and conceptual.
This is Andrew Crabtree. Can you hear me there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. I just would like to add on too that in DAP 1, we did have also similar conceptual level architecture. It sort of varied by building. Some were more developed than others. In our subsequent review, we will definitely be looking for consistency with the concepts of what are shown here. So I think it's the developer's intent and it's our intent that we're following the concepts that have been presented here in terms of the architecture. They're still working through some of the details, and so it's not a complete set of elevations for you to review, but they are establishing the look and feel of the development in this, and we're going to use that when we do our subsequent review.
Okay, I follow what you're saying so far, but I am concerned because when we reviewed the DAP 1, my fellow commissioners provided huge amount of input based on the images that we were presented, on what we want to see in the elevations, etc. We are not going to have that opportunity. So I don't know how my fellow commissioners feel about it, but I am a little concerned. Because what I'm hearing is that we're not even gonna know what exactly that food court or the food hall, which is supposed to be the marquee part of this project, is going to actually look like. We're not gonna have a chance to review it before it gets built. So I'd like to put that out as a concern. Okay, my next question, 3 questions. What is are we still is Related still planning to build in the timeline that was described when we reviewed the DAP 1 with a fairly aggressive build schedule, maybe within 2 years? I think that's what we heard. Given what's going on in the world right now, and along with that, how is Related going to handle the social distancing requirements? Because we don't know when we're going to have the vaccine, and we're not sure what kind of density we're allowed to have in the restaurants and retail space, and I'm sure that's really going to impact the business. So I'm assuming that the timeline and the social distancing issues are closely linked. So. And also the office requirement, which I'm sure my other commissioners will also be asking. So if the applicant could talk to that I would really appreciate. I'd like to understand what Related is thinking in terms of those issues.
Can you hear me, Rena?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. In terms of our current schedule for the project, we're planning to begin construction on some of the site work. We're currently under construction. We resumed construction a couple of weeks ago on some site work, which we're going to finish over the next couple of months. And then the major site work that we have to start for phase 1, we're planning to start after the first of the year, right after the first of the year. that will allow us to have a grand opening of the first phase in mid-23, and then we're planning to begin the second phase about 6 to 7 months after we start the first phase. So mid next year, toward the fall, we would start the second phase construction, and that would then produce an opening of the second phase in late 23, early 24. That's our current time plan. In terms of the immediate effects of the virus of COVID-19, and we are obviously as concerned as anyone is about its long-term effects. And we are, as a company, are studying every aspect of this very, very hard. And our general feeling is, with regard to office space, it's a little hard to predict right now, but we feel that with the various competing interests, that over the next couple of years, that things will tend to move back toward a more normal kind of configuration with regard to how people operate. And since we're not planning to actually be in operation, to be opening our doors until 23, 24, that's really a considerable amount of time in our view for things to normalize. And obviously, we're very hopeful that that's the way things move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. Commissioner Cherukuru.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Steve. From my personal perspective, I really appreciate this project coming forward with, and to me, it had a lot more details than even DAP 1. I am really thankful that the city is able to continue to push forward even during this uncertain times, and I wanted to clarify that from my perspective, I really appreciate all the details that was provided. I do have some clarification questions. So on the entertainment, could you talk to what significantly dropped when the original assumptions were made at 180,000 or so to 50,000 today? And does it include indoor and outdoor entertainment? So I know I saw soccer fields and parks, and I don't know if it's considered part of the entertainment, and your swim complex, the swimming pools that you show above on the hotel spaces, if that's part of the entertainment. So I want to understand what dropped.
The entertainment square footage that we've included, I believe, and I honestly, I don't have all of those detailed numbers right in front of me, but I believe that number went down by about 30,000 square feet. And the reason for that, we are planning, as I said, we're planning to go ahead with the cinema. But in the last few years, the cinema business has gone from the really huge megaplex centers that were being developed 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago that would have totaled, anywhere from 60 to 80,000 square feet. They're now more into the range of 30,000 square feet. And so we're anticipating doing the cinema. We may well be able to do a bowling alley, which is another entertainment use that we like and that we think is appropriate. And we're also talking to a number of entertainment venues that would potentially provide on some programmed basis outdoor entertainment as part of the project in probably the East Plaza area that I showed in the plan. Our entertainment numbers do not include any hotel swimming pools or residential swimming pools or anything like that, no. And in our East Side neighborhood park, we don't have soccer fields, but we do have volleyball courts that we've programmed in, and parkour and other athletic kinds of active uses. So hopefully that answers most of your questions there.
Thank you, Steve. I just saw soccer on the EIR addendum, so I might have misunderstood. Okay, and the second question I had was, in the DAP 1, we talked extensively on the entryways, Centennial Boulevard being this iconic entry, basically becoming a destination point. I didn't see any of the reference on the access and the signage and the gateway in your slides. Is that all with DAP 1 architectural details, or can we get a glimpse of it?
Oh, very good question, Commissioner. We've been working with the staff for several months on a comprehensive signage program for the project, and it is a separate undertaking. It's separate from the DAP process, and it's always been envisioned that way. I think we've made very good progress in putting that program together, and I would expect sometime over the next couple of months that program will come before you, the commission, and then on to the city council for approval. And it's within that program that our actual signage at gateways and signage on streets and really signage throughout the entire city center will fall under the umbrella of that signage program.
Steve, I look forward to that. Go ahead.
Commissioner Shirakuru, I just want to point out that there is a condition, C5, which states the timing of the comprehensive sign program, which is required for the MCP. And the timing of that is that it shall be approved by the city council, I believe here. Just reading it, the comprehensive sign program required for parcels 1 and 2 shall be submitted with the initial DAP submissions for parcel 1 or 2, whichever is submitted first, and shall be considered concurrently with or approved conditionally as part of the DAP by the city council. So let's see here. Just reading this. So that will be coming in front before the Planning Commission in the relatively near future. Mr. Eimer is correct in that we've been working very diligently with the related team on bringing this forward. And so you, really probably in the next few months, you'll be taking a review of that.
Thank you, Rena, and thank you for that schedule, and I really look forward to the signage. So my last question, the parks that are proposed outdoor, will they become part of the city maintained and inventory parks and potential recreation?
There are 3 different parks that are contemplated in the MCP directly associated with the project. In addition to that, there is the large acreage, more than 30 acres, which is in the city's control to move, forward with the design and implementation, down the road. But with regard to those 3 parks, the first park is part of this DAP 2, and we're engaged in some conversations right now with staff. The project documents allow for the option that either we related would manage the parks and take care of those parks at our cost, or the city would, and we would reimburse the city for those costs. And we're in the middle of conversations really at this point as to which is the in a sense, the best way to go. And that determination hasn't yet been made.
Parks, is anybody from Parks or staff able to opine on whether this would become part of our Parks and Rec, potential future recreational classes?
We don't have anyone from Parks on the call, but what Mr. Eimer said is correct related to the actual acreage that's being dedicated to the city's parks system. I don't know if you have any other specific questions that we can tag team and try and answer for you.
I'm just trying to see if there are, for instance, if it's all private, and I'm looking more into the entertainment, and I hope there is some form of a swim complex there, because I know our International Swim Center is pretty impacted. We can't get into classes fast enough. So I'm hoping to see if there's opportunity for us to partner with Parks and Rec and have the actual amenities be available to the public.
Yeah, I can answer that, Commissioner.
The parks are the neighborhood parks that are contemplated are to be public parks, Commissioner. They're not private parks. In addition to the public parks, we will also have, and I spent a fair amount of time showing you views of various plazas and areas that Related will own, but are intended to be open to the public on a very regular basis.
Commissioner, this is Anna Shimko. If you'd like, I could elaborate just briefly. There, as Steve indicated, the East Park, which is the large park shown in DAP 2, will be in public ownership. It will not be ground leased to Related. It will be a public park, and all of its designs will be going through the Park Commission and ultimately approved by the city before it is developed by Related. And then the decision, as Steve mentioned, as to who will maintain the park has not been made, but the cost of that maintenance will be on Related. But it will be a public park, all with public amenities.
And I was also looking on the amenities, the indoor amenities, if that can be a public access amenity, or is it privately held that a commercial, vendor or person would be managing just with fees?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure which indoor amenities you're referring to. There are other shared outdoor spaces that will be within the private space, but available to the public. And the detailed designs of those will be part of the director's approval of the architectural materials submittal.
Okay, I think I understand why my question is coming from, because we don't really know all the entertainment amenities that are within this project. And where I'm going with it is how much of it is really publicly accessible at reduced cost versus how much is really privately held and operated. So I'll leave the question, and we can, just make it a note of interest that I would like to see more publicly accessible amenities within the indoor entertainment strategy.
Was that it, Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes, sorry. Thank you. I was just going to say I yield, Chair.
No problem. All right, let's go to Commissioner Jang.
Well, kudos, Steve. I looked at your presentation. I really like all the buildings and the layout. You've hired some very premier architects. It's very appealing. So thank you very much for
thank you, Commissioner,
making this a premier project. I do have some questions. I really like that what you call unfortunately, I'm very disappointed that none of these slides are numbered for your presentation or the previous presentation. Seems like possibly the city's logo it's obscuring the numbers. But you showed up in the residential block, which I believe is 4D, that corner bistro place, sort of that curvy building. I really like that. So I guess my question is, the West Side Plaza, I've been to Reston Town Center, and I've seen the pavilion there for music, outdoors, and they have an ice skating rink in the wintertime and so on. Do you have any visions for a stage or outdoor entertainment in that West Side Plaza?
Yes, Commissioner, we do. In fact, we were developers of Reston Town Center.
I know. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. I appreciate the reference because it is a really terrific venue, and it's been a big success, very popular. Yes, that West Side Plaza area is definitely, we're looking at the landscaping program to accommodate an outdoor stage, seating areas, arenas that can shift in size that could accommodate anywhere from comfortably 150 people, let's say, to maybe as many as 1,000 for a particular special event. So that is definitely going to be part of the program for that area.
Very good. I'm very pleased to hear that. My second question is that on Centennial, you have that 30-foot wide sidewalk with the double trees, and that lends itself ideally to a farmer's market there under that tree. Have you thought of that? Or, I mean, I'm sure you have. Is that something that makes sense?
We have,
to
and
put there?
it absolutely does. In fact, one of the renderings I showed, the one with the pretty red trees, you could think of that as a farmer's market or an arts market or any kind of public, but in particular, we think a farmer's market would obviously work very, very well with the global food market. As I mentioned, one of our references for the global food market is the Ferry Building in San Francisco. We have, as a team, we have studied it, not only its programming and the uses that are in it, but also how it operates. And as I'm sure you know, one of its most popular components is a Saturday farmers market. And it's tremendous. And,
yeah, it's amazing.
It's a great complement to the rest of the food market. So yes, that is going to be part of our programming. That's the image. Thank you, Rena.
So my last question, but is that along Centennial? That's not along Centennial. That's in
It is. That is looking right down Centennial, Commissioner.
Oh, okay.
Over toward the East Plaza.
Okay. And my last question was that I see that every street has on-street parking. Are you looking at reserving some of that parking for this shared rides, Uber, Lyft, so on? Because I didn't really see any defined places for those drop-offs.
Yeah, we have incorporated shared ride vehicle drop-offs and staging areas in a couple of different ways. Excuse me. One is along streets in defined areas. They aren't detailed in our plans yet, but we're in the process of doing that. So that will definitely be a series of locations in key areas throughout the entire city center. In addition, we are planning to incorporate in our parking facilities, in our parking garages, special Uber, Lyft locations where people can be dropped off and picked up in a very convenient way.
Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Jane. Let's go to Commissioner Kelly.
Okay. Steve, couple questions. First, I know retail's being hammered right now due to the current crisis with the COVID virus, but there's been a significant reduction in the retail, and based on staff report that I guess you're rethinking what kind of retail will go in. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say it quite that way, Commissioner. I think it is very clear that as we had at one time anticipated having at least 2, if not 3 department stores as an important part of the project, department stores are no longer viable, as everyone knows. And those department stores included a lot of the leasable area that we were originally anticipating. Department stores, as you know, would range in size from 150,000 up to maybe even 300,000 square feet. And with the demise of department stores, we really have been having to rethink to some degree how we re-anchor and re-merchandise the center. But we are, as I'm sure you know, as a company, we are very, very involved in the retailing world with our projects all over the United States and frankly the world. And we're heavily in touch with the retailers and food and beverage operators at Hudson Yards and our project in West Palm Beach, projects in Chicago and Los Angeles. What we're finding is that the traditionally good merchants are continuing to be good merchants, and we are very close and very much in touch with those merchants, and we very much anticipate bringing them to this project. There is a tremendous interest in this project among the retail and food and beverage world, despite the fact that we are all currently dealing with the pandemic and the immediate effects of that. But we're very confident that we'll be able to meet, if not exceed, the minimums for retail food and beverage and entertainment that are included in our requirements.
Okay. I also noticed you reduced the amount of housing. It seemed like everything was reduced except office, which was increased. How come you didn't increase housing when you reduced entertainment and retail?
Well, we haven't reduced housing at all. We are still doing 1,680 residential units. It hasn't been reduced from the MCP. I think what you may be referring to is that we're planning to do, of the 1,680, we're planning to do a total of 400 of those units as service apartments, which are still residential, but it's appealing to a longer-term type of corporate stay market. And the remainder will be just regular apartment units. So we're sticking to the 1,680. We have reduced the retail, as I mentioned, and entertainment slightly, somewhat, not drastically from our perspective. And we have slightly increased the office. We've also maintaining the same number of hotel rooms that are required, or not required, but are part of the MCP at 700 hotel rooms, 480 in phase 1 and 220 in the Equinox in phase 2.
Did the footprint of the office complex increase, or did you just go higher since the original presentation a few years ago?
We increased in phase one, we increased the office square footage slightly, but did not increase the footprint. In the loft office in phase two, excuse me, that's fundamentally the same location, I believe. I don't have the old documents in front of me, but that's pretty much the old location that we had for the office building. We've turned it into a loft office configuration, though, and it's, instead of being higher, it's a bit lower and spread out a bit. And I think so, most likely, I haven't measured it, but most likely the footprint of the loft office is probably slightly bigger than what we originally conceived of. And the boutique office of about 100,000 square feet has been added to the program because we feel that that's a great use in that location and demand for that type of space. We're talking to a number of research institutes and other health-related entities that have expressed a good bit of interest in that location.
Okay. And obviously, there are minimums as far as office, entertainment, retail. For phases 3 and 4, I know we're not looking at that today, but obviously you've been thinking about it. Are we going to see potentially more retail or housing in later phases?
Yes, phase 3 is slated for residential. The remainder of the 1,680 units. So if my math is right, that's roughly 980 units more would be in phase 3 of residential, and then in that phase 3 area, we will also accommodate ground floor retailing and food and beverage uses, just as we have on the residential block in phase 2, a similar kind of configuration. Phase 4 is purely an office program. As I think you know, Commissioner, it's 1 million square feet of most likely build-to-suit office at that location.
Okay. So at this point in time, you don't expect to make any major modifications from what was originally presented to us several years ago on phases 3 and 4, other than what we're talking about today?
Yep, not at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Kelly. All right. Seeing other commissioners, I have a few questions that I was going to ask before. Now that I have you guys, now I can ask the applicant. My first question is about basically with the parking reduction and that you guys reducing it by 14%, and you're getting that $30 million in savings. And I don't know if, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Jane, but you said another $25 million, I think, as well you guys might save. In that respect, I want to know if you guys get that savings, can that be reinvested into public art for the community of the area, and basically using the Cultural Commission to direct this to get that public art? Is that something that you guys would be interested in on top of what Commissioner Jane was talking about with bikes?
Well, to say that we are saving $30 million in parking costs is not really an accurate statement in my view. I understand where Commissioner Jane, how he sees that, but I just see it differently. We are trying to match with our parking supply. We're really trying to match demand as carefully as we can. And we think that's smart. And we believe that the staff agrees with that concept. Because if you do that and you're successful in balancing that and matching supply and demand, you're really helping the traffic situation. Because you're providing spaces, but not more spaces than are needed. And I think we're also going to be encouraging use of public transit, which we're very fortunate to be very close to. And we're also very plugged into what's going on in the bike world. And I do hear Commissioner Jane, and we're very focused on that. We've hired a group called Bikes Make Life Better to advise us on really everything that we're going to be doing with regard to bike storage, bike amenities, bike sharing, electric bike usage. I know was brought up before. Those are all great concepts. And since we've gone to such extent to incorporate bike routes, regional as well as local, into our plan, we want to facilitate the use of bikes very much so in our project. As far as shifting, theoretical savings, that is really not something that we would see as appropriate. As far as our interest in arts programs and civic engagement around that, we are very much open to pursuing those kinds of programs, and working very collaboratively with the city. So we have discussed that in general terms with the mayor and other city council members, and we'll be doing more of that as we get closer to implementing the project.
Sorry about that, I was muted. I'm just kind of thinking, if we're going to give up some parking, I kind of would love to see you guys work with some public art groups around the community, especially local artists, to be presented in this area, because I'm thinking if a lot of people are going to be here, especially with the stadium next door, I think this is a great way of showcasing a lot of what our talent is in the local area, especially for the arts in the community, and also for for you guys to maybe work with the Cultural Commission. So I don't think that would be a lot, but that's just how I feel about that.
Well, I happen to agree with that, and we will be doing much of that. All of the public spaces, that we are programming into the project are perfect locations for public art and display, and we will be following up on that.
Okay. And my next question is office space. I know we're beating this like a dead horse, but is there a plan in the future? So if, let's say in the future, a lot of office space isn't used, I was asking staff this just a while ago, but is there anything in your mind in the future that what you guys have in mind if office space doesn't work in the future, if people are working from home?
Well, I think, the current pandemic and issues surrounding it have jostled the point of view about the future of office space in some people's minds. And we're, as I said before, we're following all of that very, very carefully. The extent to which, there are competing influences here, as I'm sure you're aware. One of the issues is density of office use, and particularly the high-tech firms in the last 5 to 10 years have really been densifying their office space, and packing people in, if you will, and that trend is going to change. And what that's going to do is require more space on its face. If instead of one person per 125 square feet, which is the current norm in some cases, it reverts back to something more like 1 in 300 or 350 square feet, per person, that's going to put greater demand on the amount of office space. So that's kind of countervailing. And we're really going to have to see how this plays out over the next year or two. The one thing I would add and point out to you is that in our project, we do have a great deal of office space in the program. But the way we're approaching this is we're in phase one, as you recall, we have a 440,000 square foot building that we're building on spec, and we have a 300,000 square foot loft building. Every other aspect of the office program is established as a build-to-suit program. So unless there's a tenant there that wants us to build an office building or a campus for them, and there are a number out there today that we're talking to, believe it or not. And we won't build those buildings on spec. That's not the way we do business. So those are the great majority of that office program is really geared to meet the demands, specific demands of specific users.
Okay. And my last question is about a grocery store. Is that going to be in the food market, or can you elaborate a little more on that for me?
Mm-hmm. We're most likely going to do a grocery store per se that will be associated with phase three, more closely associated with the residential uses in phase three and located in that zone. The global food market is mostly meant for prepared foods and restaurant type uses. But we will definitely incorporate a grocery store.
Great, yeah, because I've been getting a lot of complaints about people in that area that really think that the Safeway is just not enough in the north side, and they would like to have more options.
We agree 100%. And the farmers market idea that Commissioner Jane talked about, and some of the offerings in the global food market will certainly address that demand.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. I have two more questions over here from Commissioner Salam. Go ahead. And then Commissioner Ikezi.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify a little bit because I've heard a number of commissioners, including myself, mentioning the switch away from large commercial, aggregate commercial into a more spread out remote worker policy. You know, Twitter and Facebook have announced it as an official policy now. You can work at home permanently. Apple is exploring it. I'm interviewing with Apple right now, and they asked me if that would be a preferred work style, full-time remote. As more tech companies in the Valley switch gears away from the traditional aggregated workforce, I really think the applicant is on the emerging trend instead of addressing it as, well, things will go back to normal and everything's going to be, you know, lots of people jammed into office spaces and cubes. It's really not. And it's probably the time to really stop and rethink the emphasis on commercial, only because all around us in this valley, the trend is moving away from it. And the threat to home prices and all of the aspects of large conglomerate workforces is changing. And it's not just COVID, but COVID is the seed that has started this process. But read the news, it's not going to end with COVID. It's going to continue. And I'm a little disappointed that the projects I've been seeing have switched hard onto having more commercial. And I think that's naive for the future, and it's got to get somebody looking at it and thinking hard about whether this project in 2 years or 3 years, when it's fully complete, will really be at the end of an already emerging trend. So it's just a comment. The other thing that is really comment is for presentations, it would be really helpful if we didn't rely so heavily on TLAs everywhere in the documents. I think some of what I was doing is I'm struggling to keep my mind on the right topic set because DAP is data access protocol for me. It has nothing to do with how it's being used here in MCP, Master Control Program. There's so many examples of these 3 TLAs actually translating to other specialties. So spend a few bites in the presentations and the documents and spell it out. I know it's verbose, but just go ahead, spell it out.
Thank you, Commissioner Salim. That's a good reminder for us. We tried to put that in the staff report, but we certainly, this has unfortunately become our nomenclature. So that's a good reminder for us. Thank you.
I, as a commissioner and somebody who is fully engrossed in this, adapt quickly. But as an average citizen, they're probably going to come back and watch the recording or look at the documents, and they'll get quickly lost. That's it. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slime. Okay, Commissioner Ikezi, and after this, if anyone else has any more comments, please put your hand up now, or else we're going to move on and keep the process of the meeting going because we still have more of an agenda to go. So, Commissioner Ikezi, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I asked the pretty tough questions at the beginning because I really wanted to understand where related is in terms of, how to deal with what we're facing today. And what I'm hearing is that the project is not going to be open for a few years, and related things that the demand for office will keep growing. There will be lots of people who will be coming to the restaurants and stores, and it's really great to hear that. So I really want to thank Related. And so I have a couple more questions. First one, the Equinox Hotel. Is there going to be so I understand that like Hudson Yard in New York has attracted a lot of premier restaurants, and Equinox is a really high end, it's supposed to be a beautiful hotel. So what's being planned for our city? And what type of restaurants is Related planning to attract?
Okay. If the question, Commissioner, is what kind of restaurants types of restaurants are we planning to incorporate into the project? Is that the question, please?
Yeah.
Okay,
so,
great.
I noticed that a lot of East Coast restaurants are coming to the West Coast. Like we have multiple Shake Shack locations now. I don't know. Maybe we'll have Momofuku. I don't know. But I mean, what type of restaurants are we going to have?
First of all, we will have a wide variety of restaurants and other types of food and beverage. The global food market itself is going to have at least 4, possibly 5 full-service restaurants as part of it, and then another 10 or 15, maybe even more, possible food stations within the facility. And those will offer a wide variety of cuisine at a wide variety of price points. Everything from Mexican cuisine to Italian to a great steakhouse to Greek food, Greek fish restaurant. And our real goal from a food and beverage standpoint is throughout the project to be able to offer just a wide variety for fundamentally obvious reasons, because we think that's the way you make a project like this very successful, is attract a very broad audience and do a great job of entertaining them and feeding them.
And I hear that Equinox in Hudson Yard has a really great restaurant. Is that part of the plan for Santa Clara Equinox too?
The Equinox Hotel at Santa Clara will have a great restaurant. It may not be exactly like the one at Hudson Yards, but it will certainly include a very nice hotel restaurant. And in addition, as I was pointing out in some of the Equinox slides, within the Equinox Hotel block, we will have several other food and beverage venues, at least a cafe, probably a coffee shop of some sort. We're talking to two different food operators specifically about joining us there with one Italian restaurant and another kind of similar ethnic restaurant. So it'll be not only will be in the hotel, but in the public plaza area that I showed you in the Equinox block. We'll have a number of other food and beverage operators.
Okay, thank you. And I keep hearing about the rooftop garden. Where is that going to be on the slide that we're seeing? And what is it going to look like? And is it going to be similar to what's being proposed for where Valco used to be?
I'm not sure I know of the Valco reference, but we are, as part of the residential building, we are planning on a rooftop sort of. It is private, but it is will be open space as part of that facility.
Oh, okay. So it's like a terrace, rooftop terrace.
It would be like a rooftop terrace. In addition, both the business hotel that is part of phase one will also have a rooftop terrace, which will be open to the public, of course, as a hotel guest or as someone coming up to dine. There'll be a cafe there, and the Equinox will also have a hotel, a bar, and pool area.
Okay, and there was a lot of mention about noise control because it's within it's close to the airport. So all the outdoor amenities that you're discussing, is noise going to be a concern? And is there any plan to control it if it is?
Noise is a bit of concern. We have studied it carefully. We're orienting venues to minimize the effect of, and it's primarily airplane noise,
Right.
You're right, from the airport. And we're doing studies, very focused now as we're getting further along in our planning on other things we can do to minimize the effect of that of noise. But we don't see it as being a tremendous negative influence. We think that it can be overcome.
So what specifically are you thinking of doing? Because, if you're walking in the farmer's market and there's like airplane flying all the time, it's kind of unsettling.
Well, the way you orient buildings, the way you handle overhangs outdoors, the way you orient outdoor facilities can really help deal to some degree with noise. You can't completely get away from it on the outdoors, obviously. But we're going to do everything we can to minimize it.
Thank you very much. I yield.
Chair Becker? It doesn't look like we have any more questions from the commission. Chair Becker, are you there?
Chair Becker, I think you're muted.
He's muted. Yeah, he is muted.
Unfortunately, I think he is either disconnected or technical issues.
Commissioner Salim, do you want to take charge?
Yeah, I can actually suggest that we move on to the public comment. I believe that would be the next phase in this. If there are no more commissioner questions or comments, it's probably a good idea to try and move on.
Yeah, this is Alexander Abbey, Assistant City Attorney. I want to just suggest that perhaps we try to reach Chair Becker so that he doesn't miss any part of the public hearing.
Right, I agree. Perhaps we could take a short break. It's been 3 hours, so maybe a few minutes break while we try and reach him.
That would be appropriate. 5-minute recess, perhaps?
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Let's move on to the public comments. And
There
anyone from the public?
are no members of the public here.
Are there any online, Derek? Anyone
No, there are
requesting to speak?
There are no comments in the e-comment.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
For purpose
yeah,
of the
please.
Zoom function.
Correct.
Yeah, you want to take it?
Yeah, so
Sorry, go
on
ahead.
Zoom, if you are participating on Zoom, please raise your hand if you are interested in making a comment. If you are someone who is dialing in and not doing that on your computer, please press *9 if you would like to make a comment during the public hearing portion of this related DAP Development Area Plan number 2 item. So we're going to just monitor the attendees right now to see if anyone has raised their hand through Zoom.
And I don't see any so far on my end.
We're not seeing any. Elizabeth, can you check e-comment?
She did.
Okay, she did check. There are no comments.
Okay, so then we'll move forward. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I believe the applicant can rebut.
No,
Okay.
there's nothing to rebut, but.
Right,
Yeah.
it's not a
I move-
rebuttal situation.
I move we close public comment.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Chair Crew. Who seconded it?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Jane. And we'll do a verbal vote.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Aye.
Commissioner Jane,
Yes.
Commissioner Salim,
Yes.
Chair Becker,
Yes.
Commissioner Cherakuru,
Yes.
thank you.
And that passes 6-0 for the close of the public hearing. Okay, let's go back to deliberations. Let's try to make this as quick as we can, because remember, in the sense of time, we need to move on to the next agenda items, and it's already almost 9:30.
Can I make a motion?
Sure, you can make a motion currently.
I move that we accept the action on the DAP and adopt resolutions for the related Santa Clara City Place related project, DAP 2, Phase 2, Parcel 4 application located at 5155 Stars and Stripes. Recommended that we adopt the EIR addendum and approve the Phase 2 application, including parking reduction.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
And
Currently
Mr.
by-
Chair, if I
Sorry.
could just jump in, it
Yes.
would be my strong preference that you would do two separate motions for the two
Yes.
recommended.
Yes. Okay, so we'll go with
Move that we adopt the EIR addendum.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Chair Crew to adopt the addendum, and it was seconded by Commissioner Kelly. And now we have deliberation before we move on.
And may I
let's go-
clarify the motion? This is a recommendation to the City Council to adopt the EIR addendum for DAP 2.
Yes, yes. Okay, Commissioner Kethy, you have a comment before we move on to the next, before we move on to another motion?
Yes, I just have a few quick questions. So when is the architectural review by the Director of Community Development?
Is this related to the motion though?
Well, this is deliberation right now, so I'm getting everybody's last comments before we move to your motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is Rena. I thought I heard a motion in a second to adopt the addendum.
Oh, so
We just
Okay.
need to take the vote on it, yeah.
Okay, then we'll do it that way then.
Oh, so we're voting on
no. I would like to make a comment.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. So let's continue with this comments because we already have a motion on the floor to take care of this, but at the same time, we do still need to deliberate before we go to these motions and we pass these. So let's continue with Commissioner Ikezi, and then we're going to go to Commissioner Jane. And like I said, let's try to make this as condensed as we can in our questioning.
Okay, so when is the architectural review?
This is Rena. The architectural review, as specified in Appendix C of the MCP, allows to be either submitted with the DAP or through a second phase at the applicant's discretion, solely their choice. And the applicant has decided to take step 2, which is they submit subsequently. There isn't necessarily a timing required for them. It's really about when they feel it's most appropriate for them to submit their DAP to step 2. We are, right now with DAP 1, step 1, that was approved by the City Council, I believe a month ago. We are talking actively with the applicants on their step 2, but that has not yet been formally submitted to the city. So the applicant could maybe talk about the timing of when they want to submit DAP 2 step 2 for architectural materials if they feel prepared to talk about timing.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. Commissioner Jane?
Wait. I mean, is the applicant going to let us know, or?
Is the applicant what?
Is the applicant going to comment on when the second phase plan will be submitted, or?
Isn't the public hearing
This
closed?
It could be, this is Gloria, it could be any time up to the point of the building permit. So that's really up to them to decide in terms of the design and working out tenants and that kind of thing. But of course, Mr. Eimer can speak for himself as well.
Okay. Second quick question. So once the council approves the DAP 2, what are related obligations in terms of when they need to break ground and how long they're allowed to spend to build, and similar to questions I asked for other projects?
Yeah, normally those types of timelines aren't specified because there's a DA that allows this phase development. So it's really their call when they actually would construct it, as long as it meets the timelines that are in the DA.
Oh, okay, so 30 years?
I think it's 20.
20 years?
I don't know if Anna Shimko can talk to the timeline of the DDA. I think it's quite long, actually, because it is.
Just because of the size and the
I'd be
scale
happy
and the
to discuss
phasing.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd be happy to discuss it. The DDA has a schedule of performance attached to it, which has very detailed requirements for each phase as to when a phase option notice needs to be submitted, when after that for the phase, the development area plan needs to be submitted, and the time frame within which a ground lease needs to be executed. And then after the ground lease is executed, in general, for each phase, they have 2 years after that before the infrastructure is required to be started. So each phase does have a considerable time frame. At this point, phase 1 is required to be ground leased by the middle of next year. And as I said, they would not have to start infrastructure for a couple of years after that. But from everything that we know to date, Related intends, and obviously Steve Eimer can speak to this, intends to move forward faster than the schedule of performance requires, and does desire to develop phases 1 and 2 as a unit. So I would expect that phase 2 would move forward, as Steve said earlier, very similar to the timing of phase 1. but the timeframes are within the City Council's purview as specified in the DDA approved in 2016.
Thank you. So I'm asking this because of, the world is changing quickly. And, Related is a huge and very reliable company. But what if Related doesn't perform? What happens?
If Related does not perform as to any particular phase, if Related doesn't meet the milestones and ground lease that particular phase, then the city has the opportunity to ground lease that phase that Related skipped to a different entity.
And last question is more of a comment. I asked this for the DAP one as well, but we have staff report that's like thousands of pages, and for DAP one, I asked if we could have links, hyperlinks in the staff report so that we can look at the documents quickly instead of having to do word search. Sometimes the reports that are mentioned in the exhibits don't even show up when you do word search. So if the staff could spend a little bit of time and put the links in the staff report, it would be really helpful.
Commissioner Akazi, this is Rena. Did every reference to the attachments have a page number and a section number referenced? I think it's pretty difficult to put links within the staff report itself, but we tried wherever we could to make very specific references.
Okay, I tried to do word search to look for the exhibits being mentioned in the staff report, and for some reason, I just couldn't find them. So that's why I'm asking again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ikesi. Commissioner Jane.
Yeah, so I'm going to go back to the parking. So in the parking, we've reduced 613 spaces, which I know Steve Eimer talked about, that it wasn't really, he didn't consider it to be a savings. I consider it to be a savings. But fundamentally, that the way that this is manageable is by doing mode shifting. We have to shift people to to biking, to hopefully we'll get shared scooters and bikes in the city. But that requires to have a robust TDM plan. And I'd ask staff to pull up this table. It was from the resolution number 16-8338 approving general plan amendments from June 28th, 2016. It's basically this table that talks about north of Caltrain, the percentages of TDM reduction from measures. And for medium density residential, it's 5%. High density residential, it's 10%. For low density office R&D, it's 10%. For high density office R&D, it's 10%. But for this urban center entertainment, it's only 4% for office and 2% for residential. So I know people have talked about 35%, but from this, I guess, general plan amendment, use designation for urban center entertainment, it's extremely low. So if you're going to hit those targets, I don't see how reducing the amount of parking will justify this. You need to get to more mode shift. And so I just want to make the similar recommendation that we made to council in the last DAP, was that council should look at trying to improve the TDM plan, because we haven't seen the TDM plan, and the TDM plan only goes to the community development officer. We have no idea how much mode shift is going to happen and whether we're going to be underparked, however you say it. We have too little parking. So we have to get that mode shift up. And that's why I think we need a robust TDM plan that I haven't seen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jane. All right, before I go to Commissioner Chair Crew, I just want to remind everyone that there is a motion on the floor by Commissioner Chair Crew, and it was seconded by Commissioner Kelly. So, Commissioner Chair Crew.
To clarify Commissioner Jane's comment earlier, the 4% reduction and the 2% reduction are primarily baselined off of VMT. It's not necessarily the TDM threshold that we've recommended as 20% or 15% or 35%, depending on which project we're talking about. So I just wanted to clarify, if the 4% and the 2% that you're actually referencing, it's not tied to the TDM measures per se. It's really just baselining off of the VMT, which also takes into consideration the TDM, mitigation measures, but it's not all inclusive either. So I wanted to distinguish where the 4%, 2% is different from a general TDM recommendation where we've not evaluated it against VMT. That's my comment.
Well, I was hoping that staff could pull up that chart because I'd asked them in advance of the meeting to show it. But it says here, minimum number VMT reduction per project from TDM. And so it's from TDM measures that you're getting the 4% and 2%. But for other projects, it's like 10%. That's what it says. I wish we had the chart up here.
Can you put the chart up?
The chart is going to be up in just a moment.
No problem. Thank you for getting that. Go ahead, Commissioner Jane.
This is Andrew Crabtree. I'll just comment that, we did receive that comment on DAP 1 from the commission, which was passed on to the council, but also reiterate that, a lot of this was established already in the MCP in terms of what the requirements are for the project. Yeah. And also, I think you're sort of comparing it with office, like sort of pure office projects, and this is still very retail focused, and TDM measures are more typically geared towards office type development.
I understand, but because the applicant is trying to reduce the amount of parking, we have to get a bigger mode shift. That's the only thing, is if they weren't asking for reducing parking, I wouldn't be asking for this.
I mean, this is Rena. I've said this before, but I just thought I would say it again about how parking actually does translate to the number of trips. And, if they were somehow trying to increase parking, we would be talking about how they're actually trying to increase more trips, but they're actually trying to decrease these trips by reducing parking. So it's a bit of they're actually supporting their TDM program by reducing their parking.
To Rena's point, I do second that, reducing parking counts by inherent nature is going to encourage other multimodal, but we cannot prescriptively say that you cannot do the reduction in parking today because we don't know what your future modal transportation is going to be. So there's still a motion on the floor. I think we should be moving on.
Okay, thank you. You finished, Commissioner Jane?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Chair Carew to adopt the IR for the DAP, the Phase 2, Parcel 4. And there's also a second by Commissioner Kelly. So let's go ahead and take that vote now, and then we'll move on to the second part of this. So whenever you're ready, Elizabeth, you can call the vote.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Casey?
Aye.
Commissioner Jane?
Yes.
Commissioner Salame?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
No.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes 5-1. All right, now we're going to move on to the second part, which is approve the DAP Phase 2, DAP 2, Phase 2, Parcel 4 application, including a parking reduction and subject to conditions. Is there a motion to approve this?
I move that we recommend to City Council approval of the application for Phase 2.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion by Commissioner Chair Crew and a second by Commissioner Kelly. And whenever you're ready, any last comments on this before I move to Elizabeth? Commissioner Jane?
I just want to reiterate that if they reduce the parking, it will reduce traffic only by reducing the number of people that actually show up because they won't find parking, which then reduces the economic activity and then the taxes for the city. So really what we want to do is get as many people to this project as possible, having still parking available for those who want to drive, but try to shift people to other forms of transportation. And that requires a TDM incentive program. So I'm not comfortable with the reduction in parking without beefing up the TDM.
Thank you, Commissioner Jane. Commissioner Ikezi?
So I'd like to understand better what Commissioner Jane is saying. It sounds like, you know, we already have trip reduction. Well, there's an upper limit to the trip reduction requirements because of the from 2016. So what are specific things that Commissioner Jane thinks we could propose, incorporate in the motion on the floor? I'd like to understand Commissioner Jane's thinking a little more, in more detail, please.
I'm happy, Chair.
Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Jane.
Okay. So, you know, things that they do, like in Palo Alto, is that they charge employees for parking. They give employees free passes for public transit. There's lots of things that can be in a TDM plan that, because the employees will have to park somewhere. And so if you can get employees to carpool or to use the bus or the train, you reduce the number of parking spots. And then those are available for customers who then you want to shop and you know, come to the facility.
Chair, may I speak?
Yes, go ahead, rebuttal as quick as you can.
So we didn't even ask about the parking. Is it unlinked from the residents? I mean, are they unbundled?
The residences are not real apartments. They're just like 30-day or more hotels. So they're not like traditional apartments. So unbundling doesn't really make sense.
Well, no, I'm just asking because they are regular apartments. Are they unbundled? I mean, those are the questions we normally ask.
If I may, this is Priya through the chair. So there are 500 parking spots under the residential complex, or along with it. That 200 is the service apartments and 300 are regular apartments. So that is distinct and separate. Of course, overall parking count is 3,845 or so. But to Commissioner Jane's point, I think what he is looking for is actually a TDM plan, which again, we do not see as part of the NCP. It is only related to whatever is submitted to the architectural review and goes directly to City Council. So I want to distinguish where our role is, what we have the ability to ask, and what are, what is forthcoming without, and processing too far in the future about public transit is so far, especially in light of this, it's very hard to fathom what the real requirements would be. So I think from staff's perspective, which they've tried to say many times, is that this is going to become in the next application package, which is the TDM program. So again, that's the process here. It's
But I
not
think,
something
you know, when we make these motions, we always include conditions. So, you know, if we want to make specific recommendations about TDM, then I think we can do that.
Against the MCP. We are not increasing what is not within the MCP. It's not a traditional project. This has already been vetted. What we are saying is, does this DAP meet the original intent of MCP?
But we're not talking about specific requirements. Commissioner Jane is suggesting, what can we do to encourage mode change? We're not talking about changing the numbers, and if we can incorporate those, I think that's a very good suggestion.
Okay.
This is Rena. Can I just add on? So, you know, this 14% reduction of parking, which is fueling some of this, I just want to dive into that a little bit. So, as we put in the staff report, that 14% reduction is a reduction in some retail spaces, some hotel spaces, and some residential parking spaces. And the rationale for some of this has to do with, specifically with hotels, the ratios that were given are much higher than what we see all hotels today proposing in terms of the ratios that they were supposed to meet, right? So those were a few years ago. We realize now that people often take these TNCs, Lyft and Uber to hotels. So that's something that staff sees as very reasonable. The reduction in residential parking associated specifically with this project, because 500 of these units are proposed to be serviced apartments, which they will be meeting the minimum 30-day transit, you know, so that they're not hotels, but they definitely are a different type of customer or resident that will be occupying them. So there's definitely some justification there. And I think the reduction in retail is something that, you know, they're proposing really related to, you know, the mix of uses here, as well as, you know, the proliferance of things like Lyft and Uber that were not anticipated when this whole project came forward for an MCP. So the MCP itself references the ability to reduce parking. The council can make this decision up to 25%. It doesn't require specific findings. The only thing the MCP says is that once the council allows for this reduction, then we can't apply a zoning administrator reduction later on to further reduce what the council reduced. So that's the guidance that the MCP gives us, that parking can be reduced up to 25%, not necessarily specific findings that need to be made. This is something that council can do if the applicant proposes it. The applicant has proposed why they're proposing it. So I just wanted to put all of that again on everyone's, you know, the front of our brains, because we've been talking about it, to understand why they're proposing a reduction in parking.
Thank you, Rena. Commissioner Jane?
I understand what we are allowed to do. We are really not allowed to impose anything because that's the way this process works. But we can recommend to council that they beef up the TDM plan. And that's what I propose. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Xander.
Commissioner Jane, have any specific amendment to the motion?
Well,
Commissioner Keddy, let Xander talk first.
Before he does that, I would just remind the commission that we do not have the authority to modify the existing mitigation measures or the existing conditions of approval. And mitigation measure TRA 1.1 has some fairly specific provisions on the TDM plan, and we cannot modify it in this context. About the only discretion you have when it comes to parking and the TDM plan is you could recommend that the council not approve the parking reduction, since that part of it is discretionary. But as far as the TDM plan itself, that is very much locked in. by the terms of the DA, by the DDA, and we simply don't have the discretion to impose additional TDM measures or more stringent TDM measures than what's already been contemplated.
Thank you, Xander. So Commissioner Jane, and then Commissioner Ikezi, you can rebuttal really quick from what Commissioner Jane's saying.
I'm just asking that we repeat what we did with DAP 1, recommend to council.
And my recollection was that that was to encourage the council to engage in further discussions with the developer about implementing more robust TDM measures.
That is correct.
And it was a separate motion.
And it was a separate.
Okay. So we can do this as a separate motion. So Commissioner Jane can make a separate motion, and we'll just go with that way then, instead of asking for a recommendation in this motion.
That's a separate motion to ask the council engage discussions with the developer about beefing up the TDM plan. But
Okay.
what we don't have in order to do is request a change.
Okay. All right. So then, well, let's take a vote on this then, and then we'll have Commissioner Jane create his own motion for a separate issue. But any more comment before we take a motion? I mean, I do agree with Commissioner Jane on this, and Commissioner Ikezi and a few others. I mean, it makes me feel like our hands are tied, and I just don't think the community likes that fact. But moving forward, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Cherukuru, and we have a second by Commissioner Kelly. But Commissioner Ikezi, what is your last comment you have?
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion what the motion is to recommend the approval of DAP 2. But the amendment I'd like to suggest is without the parking reduction. I mean, let's think about, for example, Santana Row. I never can find parking easily in that place. So parking is always going to be a problem.
Commissioner Ikezi, if it's my understanding, and Xander, if you can chime in too, this is going to be we can do this recommendation in a separate motion, correct?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well,
you know what? My audio dropped for a few seconds, so maybe I missed that. Okay, so I withdraw my amendment.
Well, I'm sorry. Let me jump in here. What Commissioner Jane was talking about earlier, changing the TDM measure, that is outside of our hands. But the specific motion on the floor is recommend City Council approve the DAP 2 Phase 2 application with the parking reduction. So you can certainly remove the parking reduction if that's the pleasure of the commission. You can make the motion to amend it to eliminate the parking reduction.
Thank you.
Okay, so then, Commissioner Ikezi, your friendly amendment then, would you accept this, Commissioner Cherukuru, in your motion?
I'm not going to. I reject the amendment because on our projects, we are trying to reduce the parking. This goes directly against all our efforts in trying to encourage reduced parking. The other idea that the original parking numbers were based on a higher retail. When the retail equation changes, the parking ratio drops. So it's just inherent that if you had originally 180,000 square feet of retail, you're going to have a 14% increase in parking demand versus a 50,000 entertainment or retail. The ratio doesn't match. So trying to stick something just for the sake of putting out something there does not make sense to me. There has to be a reasonable nexus between what we are asking and what the project scope changes reveal. So I'm rejecting the amendment.
All right. Yeah, there's a rejection to the amendment. I mean, I see where you're coming from, Commissioner Cherukuru, and also Commissioner Ikezi. I think of it this way: when I met somebody in the Anaheim area who's also on the Planning Commission down there, they said, "Don't ever get rid of your parking because you're going to end up needing it later on." And considering that this is a tourism area and a tourism district, that is a major, major concern to me, because not a lot of people are going to be coming here that are going to be thinking, "Oh, let's just take the bus or something." you're going to have people coming here renting cars, or even people traveling from other areas around California or even further from that. So I understand where everyone's coming from, but I see there's a motion on the floor and the rejection. What is your response, Commissioner Ikezi?
I'd like the commission to vote on whether to accept my amendment, override Commissioner Chiricu's rejection.
Because it was not accepted as a friendly amendment, there needs to be a second to the motion to amend. Is there a second to Commissioner Ikezi's motion to amend the main motion? No second. The motion. Sorry, Chair, I over your role.
No problem. Okay, thank you for helping me. Okay, so then Commissioner Ikezi, it failed. So let's take a vote now on this. I agree with what a lot of you are saying. I just don't think it's fair. So let's continue and take a vote. With the motion.
Take a vote on what? The original motion?
So the original motion right now currently is approve the DAP Phase 2 Parcel 4 application, including a parking reduction subject to conditions. So that's the motion on the floor right now. It was seconded by Commissioner Kelly, and your friendly amendment failed. So we're going to move forward on taking this vote, so then we can move to what Commissioner Jane was speaking of.
Yes, the motion is on the floor. Are we ready to vote?
Are we all ready to vote? Yes.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Ikezi?
Yes.
Commissioner Jane?
Yes.
Commissioner Salem?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
No.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes 5-1. All right, so Commissioner Jane.
Yes, I would like to make a motion recommending to City Council that they engage in discussions with the applicant to find more TDM measures to get a higher mode shift to justify, to ensure that there is enough parking at this facility.
All right.
I second.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jane to engage in discussion with the applicant, to recommendation to council to engage in discussion with the applicant and more parking. Commissioner Jane.
More TDM measures.
More TDM measures.
There's ample parking with
Okay.
the reduction that they've proposed.
All right, and it was seconded by Commissioner Ikezi. Any comments before we go to the vote, Elizabeth? Anyone? Seeing none? Go ahead, Elizabeth, whenever you're ready.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Casey?
Aye.
Commissioner Jane?
Yes.
Commissioner Salem?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Okay. And now we will be moving on to the next item. Thank you, Elizabeth. And let's see here. Sorry about that. My agenda just froze. There we go. All right, now we're going to move on to item number 3, which is the public hearing action on a variance to minimum lot widths at 1635 Main Street and 1045 Civic Center Drive. And I apologize to all the other applicants. for how long this took, and I hope we once again we apologize for that inconvenience. So whenever you're ready, staff, start your presentation.
We're just pulling it up here.
No problem. And once again, to remind everybody viewing, we will have a little bit of a delay every once in a while. So there will be some silence.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Have you checked to see if your internet's back?
It's back.
Okay, so Ms. Debbie Fernandez is going to give this presentation, and we're just going to begin, and if you can join online at the time, but there'll still be the verbal presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners. The request before you is a variance to reduce the minimum lot width at the rear of 1635 Main Street to facilitate access of a detached two-car garage located at the rear of the property at 1045 Civic Center Drive, and a variance to merge the two lots at 1045 Civic Center Drive into a combined lot with substandard width. These are the two properties. They actually are perpendicular to one another, which you'll see on the upcoming slides. The property to the left is 1635 Main Street. The property on the right is 1045 Civic Center Drive. These properties are have a general plan designation of very low density residential and are both R16L properties. And they are located in a neighborhood of primarily single-family residences with varied architectural styles, 1- and 2-story homes on varied lot sizes. So the property outlined in red is 1635 Main Street, and the property outlined in blue is 1045 Civic Center Drive. So both these properties are larger than your standard lot of 6,000 square feet for an R16L. However, they both have a substandard lot width. The property at 1635 is 50 feet in width, and the property that comprises 1045 Civic Center Drive is actually two lots, and one of which is of 20 feet in width and the other one's 38.75. So the application is to modify and reconfigure the lot lines and of 1635, and then to merge the two parcels that comprise 1045 Civic Center Drive into one lot, assuming the approximately 200 square feet of area that it picks up from 1635. So on these properties, each one has, as you saw, single-family residence, and the 1045 is the only one with a detached garage, which is the purpose of this variance request. Here you see an exhibit with the properties outlined in orange. And I'm going to see if I can get the pointer to, oh, nope. There we go. Let's see. Right here is the area that is to be transferred over to 1045 Civic Center Drive. It is about 10 feet in width, and this causes the property at 1635 to be reduced by 10 feet. So it goes from 50 feet to 40 feet along the rear. And that is what the variance is for, is the reduced lot width. The purpose is so that the property owner of Civic Center Drive could access his existing two-car garage. Without this, it is obstructed and not usable for two-car covered parking. So the lot merge, this the orange that gets transferred over to 1045 Civic Drive becomes merged in addition to this 20-foot wide existing parcel into this larger lot here. But the lot will still be a substandard lot width when it's combined at 58 feet. So hence the second variance. The recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution to approve the variance to reduce the minimum lot width at 1635 Main Street, and the variance to merge the two lots at 1045 Civic Center Drive into a combined lot with substandard lot width. And that will allow the property owner of 1045 Civic Center Drive full access of the existing two-car garage.
We're not broadcasting live, he said, right now.
We're not broadcasting?
Live.
Yep, the phone call. Oh, we've been here so long, the phone system actually automatically hung us up. Here, give me 1 second. They're talking to themselves. That's why I want to check if this chair's like, I can't hear them. I start listening. They're talking. Sorry, I apologize.
Well, at least you figured that out.
Did they hear anything of what I was saying?
None of that, I don't think. We'll have to check with them exactly.
Wow.
Sorry, but good catch, Kieran.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID.
Yes, we are.
So can we start the presentation pretty much from the beginning? And I really apologize.
No, it's okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Sorry. It's just, you know, you've had those experiences where you realize you're talking to yourself. So it took us a while to realize we're all just here talking to ourselves.
Lord.
So yeah, Debbie, we'll start from the top.
You got a rehearsal.
This would only happen to me.
It's not you. I hope you realize it's not you this time.
I have a cloud over my head when it comes to technology. These things happen to me all the time. It follows me wherever I go.
Okay, so we're just getting it up again.
No problem. No rush, you guys. We apologize, everyone.
Okay, here we go again. All righty, so.
All right, thank you, Debbie.
The application before you is a request for a variance to reduce the minimum lot width at the rear of 1635 Main Street to facilitate access of an existing detached two-car garage located at the rear of the property on 1045 Civic Center Drive. The application also includes a variance to merge the two lots at 1045 Civic Center Drive into a combined lot with substandard width. These are the properties: 1635 Main Street is on the left. 1045 Civic Center Drive is on the right. They sit perpendicular to one another, and you'll see that here on the general plan and zoning maps. The property outlined in red is 1635 Main Street. The property outlined in blue is comprised of 2 parcels and is 1045 Civic Center Drive. The properties have a general plan designation of very low density residential, and both are zoned R16L. And as you can see, they're surrounded by primarily single-family residences. They are 1- and 2-story homes on varied lot sizes. Here's a clearer view of the properties. Again, outlined in red is 1635 Main Street. Outlined in blue are the 2 properties at 1045 Civic Center Drive. The house at 1045 Civic Center Drive, as you can see, straddles an existing property line. These properties were constructed probably early 1900s, so they've been there quite some time. They're both greater than 7,000 square feet, which is larger than your typical 6,000 square foot lot, but they both have substandard lot widths. 1635 is 50 feet wide. The 2 lots comprising 1045 Civic Center Drive are also about 58 feet in width. So the application is represented in this exhibit is to reduce the lot width at 1635 along the rear in order that 1045 Civic Center Drive acquires this little orange piece right here and assumes it in its lot area so that the property owner can access their existing detached garage. They presently do not have clear access because of this turning radius here is obstructed by existing conditions, crossing a property line, a fence. So it prohibits this use of the detached garage. Hence the request for a variance to allow use of the garage by acquiring this little piece and enveloping it into this lot. The second part becomes the lot merger of the acquired parcel along, or acquired piece of land, which approximates 199 square feet, along with merging and eliminating this existing property line so that these parcels become one singular lot. But it still is a substandard lot, which necessitates the variance. So staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution to approve the variance to reduce minimum lot width at the rear of 1635 Main Street and the variance to merge the 2 lots at 1045 Civic Center Drive into a combined lot with substandard lot width. That will allow the property owner at 1045 to move forward with the lot merger and use of the detached garage. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay. We didn't get that. Can you repeat from the beginning again? All right, let's go to questions for staff. Are there any hands or questions for staff? All right, seeing no questions for staff.
Oh, I have a quick question.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Ikezi, go ahead.
Very quick question. The lot width, I understand that, there's a lot width requirement with single family lots, but there are some, parcels with that are pizza shaped. So how does the rule work? I mean, I thought the width requirement was only at the front of the lot for some reason, but I guess, based on what I'm hearing, it's not. So
yeah, Commissioner Casey, this is Gloria. I'll try to just explain in terms of these parcels were legally created and prior to the adoption of our zoning code. And so that standard only really applies to newly created parcels for R1. And essentially these parcels are considered legal non-conforming. And they're under our zoning code, you can further, change a legal non-conforming parcel or any legal non-conforming situation as long as you have a mechanism such as a use permit or a variance. It depends on the nature and type of what the proposal is. In this case, it would be a variance to maintain and alter the existing non-conforming situation. So there is some relief there. It just depends. And there's not any desire to, force something that is impractical. And so the variance is certainly an avenue for consideration to make more logical use out of this property.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Akin. Any more comments from the commission to staff? Questions? Okay, seeing none. Will the applicant like to make the presentation, or is this just from staff?
Oh. Are the applicants present to make a presentation?
I don't know if they're still on.
Yeah.
It would be Neil Patel.
We do have Neil Patel and AJ Patel.
Okay.
So can we unmute both of them to see if they want to say anything?
Let me get to them. There we go. Let's start with Neil. Go ahead, Neil.
Hello, Commission. Thank you for your time. My name is Neil Patel, owner of the property at 1045 Civic Center Drive. And this variance request is part of a larger lot line adjustment application, an agreement between myself and the owner at 1635 Main Street. And so previously, the three parcels combined actually were owned by a single owner. This is going back several years. And a garage was installed and driveway installed. And so there was prior use as a driveway on 1045 Civic Center. And then the lots were separately sold. So we bought the property in November 2017. And then I believe 1635 Main Street was sold in 2018. And it turns out that the driveway would encroach on the existing boundary lines between 1045 and 1635 Main Street. And so this lot line adjustment is an agreement between both parties to resolve the encroachment issue. And the merger is a clean way to basically get everything under, at least for 1045 Civic Center Drive, a clean way to have a single parcel, that single taxable parcel. I think it cleans up a lot of documentation. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. AJ, would you like to add anything with that, or was Neil, you're the only one that would like to say anything?
No, I'm fine. Thank you very much. Neil said everything I need to say.
Great, excellent. All right, well, let's move on now. Let's move to public comment then. Is there anyone from the public or that has emailed or
There's no one here in the audience for public comment. Is there anyone on Zoom, Kieran? Okay, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay. All right. Oops, sorry. Let's, all right, Commissioner Ikezi, you have a comment? And then
just a quick question out of curiosity. Is money changing hands with this transaction?
Yes.
Oh, so it is like a financial transaction then. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Jane?
Move to close public comment.
Second.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to close public comment by Commissioner Jane, and second by Vice Chair Selene. Let's go ahead and take the vote when you're ready, Elizabeth.
Commissioner Kelly? Commissioner Casey?
Aye.
Commissioner Jane?
Yes.
Commissioner Selene?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly? I think we've lost you, Commissioner Kelly.
You can't hear me?
We can hear you now. And you,
Okay.
as far as the vote, you said?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Okay. No rebuttal because there was no public comment. Let's go to Commissioner Jane for deliberation.
I just want to move to approve it.
Okay.
I second.
I move that we approve the resolution of the Planning Commission approving a variation to the minimum lot width requirement for the properties located at 1635 Main Street and 1045 Civic Center Drive, Santa Clara.
And I second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jane, and then a second by Commissioner Vice Chair Selene to adopt a resolution approving a variance to reduce the minimum lot width with the rear of 1635 Main Street and variance to merge the two lots at 1045 Civic Center Drive. So whenever you're ready, Elizabeth, go ahead and call the votes.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Akezi?
Aye.
Commissioner Jane?
Yes.
Commissioner Selene?
Yes.
Chair Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And there is a 7-day period that there can be an appeal.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now we are going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is item number 4, the public hearing, action on amendment to variances for the properties located at 1560 and 1582 Jackson Street. So whenever you're ready, staff, go ahead and take it away. And just remind everybody that there was a little bit of a delay.
So this is also a variance request. This happens to be an amendment to 2 existing variances, V1090 and V1091, that approved.
You are muted. You are unmuted.
Go ahead. Not you.
Okay. That approved a reduction in the minimum lot size, lot width, and side yard setback requirements for 2 adjacent parcels, and to remove the project condition approval for a covenant agreement prohibiting added residential density on the 2 single-family properties. These properties are located at 1560 and 1582 Jackson Street. You'll note in your packet, your PowerPoint presentation that was provided to you this afternoon, the photo on the left, it was changed out. I took a picture of the wrong property. So this is actually the correct property. 1560 Jackson Street is on the left. 1582 Jackson Street is on the right. They are side by side. They are located in adjacent to the El Camino Real corridor, mixed use. And the properties have a designation of general plan designation of very low residential, and both are zoned R16L. These properties date back they show up on the Sanborn maps in 1915, as having single-family homes on a single lot. In 1977, there was an application to subdivide the property, and it went to, and variances, and it was denied by Planning Commission and was appealed. It went to City Council. City Council approved or overruled the Planning Commission's denial and approved the variances to allow the subdivision of the properties. So the properties now are configured as you see. They are side by side. They are substandard size lots. Each one has the original single-family residence, only one of which has the two-car garage, and that's 1560. 1560 Jackson Street is really the applicant for this proposal. It was initiated by 1560 and supported by his neighbor to the north at 1582 to remove the covenant. Oops, excuse me. Oops. As stated, the covenant restricts, it was a condition by council that in order to be able to subdivide the property, they'd have to enter into agreement that would prohibit them from, and the original property owners and their successors, to intensify the property or expand the existing residences. They would have to stay as they are. The applicant at 1560 would like to construct an ADU in the rear yard, and hence the request to amend the variance.
Okay.
Staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution to amend the variances, to delete the requirement for a covenant agreement prohibiting the intensification of the residential use for the properties located at 1560 and 1582 Jackson Street, in order that the property owners have the ability to modify their properties as would be as others with single-family residential properties are allowed to do within the city, and if to add an accessory dwelling unit as they would be allowed to do under state law, and support the city's housing stock with the contribution of additional dwelling units. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Debbie. Okay, questions for staff. Let's go to Commissioner Chirakuru.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm curious, because this was an action by City Council, not really, as part of our zoning ordinance variances or general plan even. I'm wondering, is this really a planning commission action, or is it City Council? I mean, it's the covenant was imposed by City Council with certain reasons, I'm assuming. Are we able to?
Yeah, Commissioner Chirakuru, the variance is an action that's the responsibility of the Planning Commission. That's your jurisdiction. But the covenant was made a condition of approval, and only the council can enter into those agreements. So that's a separate matter. It would be dealt with after the action on the variance is taken.
Okay, so right now we are only asked to take an action on the reduction and the actual lot width. I mean, I don't understand what the variance action is other than the covenant removal.
That's what it is. It was made a condition of approval. But so that condition, it can be removed by the Planning Commission. I mean, so okay. You would take action on it, but the execution of basically rescinding the covenant would be up to the council. So they likely would go ahead with that upon your recommendation and action.
But what findings under the variance are we making?
I'm sorry, what findings? It would be the same findings that there is a hardship and unusual condition, And the unusual condition in this case is that we have a lot of properties that are substandard, but now due to state law, they are able to add an ADU without regard to the size of the lot. So this covenant really is overly restrictive and actually in violation of state law. I mean, potentially in violation of state law. I'll have our attorney weigh in on that. But essentially, since that state legislation has changed the playing field for developing ADUs, there's not really a reason to continue with that covenant.
So again, I'm going to clarify this. The variance is really for a future development, which we don't have as a project.
Right.
But I'm curious because from a legal, again, I'm not going to take assistant attorney's words here. For variance, there are specific findings, but this is only removal of a condition of approval from 1977.
Yes, that restricts any further development of a property, of these properties. So that was a condition granted for creating the subdivision, and so in this case, you know, it was a trade-off essentially. If they wanted to split the parcel, then they can have, they wanted to limit what was placed on the property. Again, under state law now, it doesn't matter. We had a proposal last time for a 3,000 square foot lot to do an ADU that went to the development review hearing, and we're working on a redesign, but so the lot size is no longer a factor in developing the accessory dwelling units in light of the housing crisis.
Got it. So the real project is to build a new ADU, which doesn't have to come to any planning commission, but the variance to remove. I'm trying to make sure that there's a project, because otherwise we're just tackling a condition of approval under a variance.
Yes.
So just being
Yes, if that condition was removed, then they would have the same benefits as any other single-family residential zoned property. They would not have the restriction. Right now, they have an additional restriction that doesn't allow them to develop as permitted under the R1 regulations.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry. I yield, Chair. Chair.
Okay, let's move on to Commissioner Jane.
I'm not sure if staff has heard of this proposal. Adam Thompson.
Yes, we've heard of it.
Okay. I would like
Just
to
cut to the chase.
I would like to describe it to the public.
All right.
But I imagine that staff has discussed this with the applicants.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to describe it, and then you can tell me, or I can talk to the applicants about what they wanted to do with this. But fundamentally, the project on the left, I think that's, what is it, 1560, doesn't have any on-site parking. There's no driveway, there's no on-site parking. And so now if we add the ADU in the back, now you have more street parking required for this. And so Adam's proposal was that the house to the left, to the right, be moved and the driveway put on the other side with the shared driveway between the two lots. And then you could have on-site parking for both lots, and you could actually put ADUs in the back of both lots. So it sort of made sense to me that the value of the properties would go up and the cost of moving the house would only be $15,000 to $20,000, but then the value of the properties would go up substantially. So I just wanted to present that, and I'm sure that staff has already presented that to the applicants, but it would provide more housing for the city. It would provide more on-site parking, and it seems like it would be a win-win-win all the way around. But I would like to hear from the applicants, and I'd like to hear from staff.
Well, let me begin by, I did speak with the applicant, but there's many constraints related to that scenario. Again, these lots are substandard. There are already variances for the setbacks, so they're at reduced setbacks. So to a driveway could not be accommodated. One, you'd have to pick up you'd have to pick up the property next door, which neither property, I'm going to back up here, sorry. The property owner at 1560 Jackson Street is proposing the ADU. Parking is not required under state law to be provided for ADUs. The property owner has no intention of constructing a garage now or in the future on 1560 Jackson Street. To relocate the house on 1582 Jackson Street, of which he does not own, and have that individual inconvenienced and relocated during reconstruction of the house, we'd probably have additional variance issues to attempt to get a driveway between the two properties, which would not be functional because it wouldn't meet the minimum requirements, and to encumber both properties with an easement along that property line. So the cost would far exceed the $12,000 or $15,000 that we've heard. Talking relocation costs, foundation costs, permitting, plans, relocating while this construction occurs. It wouldn't particularly benefit the person at 1560, that inconvenience. We haven't talked to that person, whether they would be even open to such a scenario. It is 1560 that has the application in for the removal of the covenant agreement in order that they can construct the ADU. So Alan Ty is the property owner. I don't know if he's on the line. I can turn it over to him, and he's not.
The applicant isn't on the line anymore.
And it may just be because of the hour. I did talk to him earlier, and he had intended to be on the line.
But
we believe he was on the line until.
Right, but Debbie did have a discussion with him, and he was not supportive.
And he was not interested
of pursuing that request.
Okay, if they're not interested, then we can move on.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jane. Any other comments or questions for staff? Commissioner Cherukuru?
Thanks, Chair. So we are only removing the variance of the covenant on one property or for both, if the application is only coming from one property owner?
It was a condition of both because that was a subdivision, so it applies to both parcels. So the covenant would be removed from both parcels under this request. Are we offline? Oh, no.
Yeah, it says they can't hear us, some of them. I'll put in, we are looking into
It's the first time we've had problems with